Chapter 929. 10 million. This time, no one in the hall could remain calm. 10 million for a small cauldron that they did not know what use it had. In the eyes of others, this was a losing deal. However, the old man who called the price on the second floor did not think so. In his opinion, the 10 million was not for the small cauldron, but for his face. This 10 million really earned him face and dignity. 10 million. This person must be crazy. For such a small broken cauldron, if I were this old man, I would definitely strangle myself to death. A price of 10 million, it's really Don't say any more. Do you want to die? At this time, someone hurriedly reminded, most of the people on the second floor are powerful existences. If you say that, I'm afraid you'll provoke them. When the time comes, you won't even know how you died. As soon as these words were said, everyone present was stunned and then fell into silence. They understood the meaning behind this. In the private room of the old man on the second floor, when he heard the words of the people below, his face was gloomy and extremely ferocious. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the room where Lin Ray was on the third floor. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes as he coldly said to himself, "Humph, kid, this time you made me suffer a loss. How capable do I have to be?" As he spoke, he glanced at the side where no one came out and said, "Go investigate. You must find out who is in there and tell me clearly which force it is. That person wants to go against me. Remember, if you can't find out, don't come back." Yes. A gloomy voice that sounded like a corpse from hell came from where the old man's eyes swept over. However, the moment he finished speaking, the space where the voice came from distorted. Then, a black shadow flashed and disappeared from the room. This scene fell into the eyes of the young man who had been silent all this time. He looked at the black shadow and then at the old man. He sighed and shook his head. "Old who? Why are you doing this to me? Isn't it just a small cauldron? Is there a need to be so serious?" What do you know?" He frowned and looked back at the stage. He coldly snorted and said, "This matter is no longer a matter of money. Since someone has shouted, then I must fight to the end. After all, I am a vice-sect leader of the nameless sect. Forget it. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't go overboard. After all, our nameless sect is just a small sect that has just been formed. If you wantonly use your financial resources, I'm afraid it will do more harm than good to the stability of the sect. I won't say anything unnecessary. I just hope that you can think about it carefully before making a decision." After saying that, the young man closed his eyes again and calmly entered into cultivation. At this moment, the old man turned his head to look at the young man beside him. His face was filled with speechlessness. "I don't know how you maintain your looks. You're clearly an old monster, but you only look like you're in your 20s. The old man thought as he looked at the young man. Then, he turned his head and looked at the auction stage again. This old man must obtain this item, regardless of the price. The more he thought about it, the more determined his gaze became. However, at this moment, the happiest was none other than the 10,000 bao pavilion. On the auction stage, Lu Yao was already grinning from ear to ear. It seems that this item has already reached his best price. Looking at the second and third floors, Lu Yao began to calculate. 10 million. In a room on the third floor, Lin Ray frowned slightly when he heard the new round of bids. What is this old man trying to do? Is there a need for him to go this far for a small cauldron? He could not figure it out. Looking at the small cauldron was not particularly good either. If not for the little dragon's sudden reminder, he probably would not even look at it. Buy it. Who knows, it might be useful. What do you think? The little dragon's voice sounded again. For a moment, Lin Ray rolled his eyes and nodded helplessly. "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you." After saying that, he looked downstairs and said, 15 million mid-grade, divine crystals. After saying that, in order to prevent anyone from increasing the price, Lin Ray did not wait for the auctioneer to speak and continued. "No matter who makes the first bid, increase it by 3 million. There's no bottom line." As soon as he said that, whether it was the first, second, or third floor, everyone on the first, second, or third floor gasped. They were extremely shocked. To be able to say something like that, It was not something that could be said as long as one had courage. Lin, fellow Taoist Lin, is this worth it? That's only a small cauldron, aren't you? That's right, fellow Taoist Lin. If you like the medicinal cauldron, I, Hong Lu, am willing to go for it for you. Hearing the words of his enemy, Lin Ray waved his hand and refused. You don't have to say anything about this. I've already decided that I must get this item, so there's no point in saying anything more. For a moment, Hong Lu and Hong Lu did not say anything. Although they had not known each other for a long time, they had some understanding of Lin Ray's character. Since he had already made his decision, then they had to go all the way. On the auction stage, after recovering from Lin Ray's words, his smile became even wider. He hurriedly said, "All right, 15 million. Is there anyone else?" 15 million. Hearing this, the old man on the second floor called Old, who was very annoyed. However, the other party had already said that. No matter how much he wanted to get the small cauldron, there was nothing he could do. As long as it was a smart person, they would understand that since the other party dared to say this, they definitely had enough wealth to back up their words. In regards to this, Old, who could only give up, although face was important, but without money, face was useless. No one spoke. Even Old, who was the only one to bid, chose to give up. 15 million going once. 15 million going twice. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? 15 million going thrice. With a bang, Lu Yao used a small wooden hammer and fiercely slammed it down on the table. A muffled sound echoed through the entire auction hall. Congratulations to the buyer of the 6th room on the 3rd floor. You've successfully gotten off to a good start. Saying this, the attendant to the side was very skilled. In the instant that Lu Yao finished speaking, he carried the small cauldron to the 3rd floor. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on the room that had bought the small cauldron for a high price of 15 million. Everyone wanted to see the face of the person who had made such a high bid. Knock, knock. The attendant came to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door to Lin Ray's room. Xiaonia, who had already been prepared, opened the door. After receiving the item, he closed the door again. The entire process was completed in a single breath, and it was completed in an instant. Seeing this scene, the expectant crowd felt a sense of loss. However, they did not dwell too much on this matter. All right, the first item has been auctioned. Let's move on to the second item. At this moment, the second item had already been auctioned. At this moment, Lin Ray's gaze fell on the small cauldron. He wanted to see what exactly was so special about it. It was actually able to make the little dragon think about it. That, you guys watch yourselves. Don't worry about me. Just bid for whatever you want. Oh, got it. Hearing their husband's words, the two nodded. They knew that Lin Ray had something to do now. Thus, the two tactfully nodded and did not say anything else. The small cauldron was stored in the system by Lin Ray. With a thought, the system transformed into Lin Ray's figure with his mental power. The two of them appeared in front of the little dragon at the same time. At this moment, the little dragon, who was sitting cross-legged on the water, did not wait for Lin Ray to speak and said, "Don't disturb me. You could do whatever you want. I don't care. Do you understand?" Lin Ray was speechless. There was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, before he came in, he had already expected the little dragon to have such a reaction. Tisk, without looking at the little dragon, he turned around and went to the shore. He placed the small cauldron floating in front of him on the ground. Looking at the small cauldron, Lin Ray became excited. Although he did not know what this thing was and what level it was, if the little dragon said it was not bad, then it must be good. Thinking about it, he separated a trace of his mental power from his clone and sent it into the small cauldron. Rumble. Gotcha! Suddenly, Lin Ray's mind was no longer as calm as still water. Instead, a strange space appeared. In this space, other than darkness, there was only darkness. And in this darkness, there was a sound like rolling thunder. Lightning flashed from time to time, and there was an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart towards the existence of lightning flashes in the air. What is that thing? What is this place? Didn't I enter the small cauldron? Why did I appear here? Looking at this unfamiliar environment, Lin Ray could not help but be vigilant. The feeling of fear from the lightning flashes made him very unhappy. This feeling had not appeared for a long time. Boy, you're very good. Your mind is very firm, but I wonder how your strength is? Suddenly, a voice like the sound of the great Tao came from all directions. Lin Ray could not tell where this voice came from, and Lin Ray became even more vigilant. He spread out his divine sense, wanting to investigate more clearly. But what terrified Linley was that his divine sense was completely restricted here. His previously enormous divine sense was now only capable of clearly seeing things within a radius of 5 meters. At this moment, Lin Ray began to panic. This was the strangest thing he had encountered since he stepped on the path of cultivation. Looking around, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "You? Who are you? Where's this? Where am I? How do I leave this place?" However, after a few minutes, Lin Ray only received silence in response. Regarding this, Lin Ray felt even more uncomfortable. Sighing, Lin Ray could only walk forward helplessly. As a person of action, staying in the same place would only increase the burden in his heart. Since it was already like this, why not move forward? Perhaps an opportunity would appear. I advise you not to move forward, or you will die very, very miserably. Even I will not be able to save you. However, the voice came again, and Lin Ray's forward step could not help but stop in the air. He did not dare to take another step forward. Returning to his face that was suspended in the air, a hint of meaning appeared, and he roared in a low voice. "Who are you? Either you come out openly, or don't speak." TSK. Boy, you have quite a temper. At this moment, the voice did not choose to remain silent. However, even though Lin Ray tried his best to search for the direction of the voice, the final result made Lin Ray feel very helpless. Don't waste your energy. You won't be able to find me. Rather than that, it is better to preserve your strength and wait for the next test. What? Test? Hearing this, Lin Ray frowned. There was a lot of information in this sentence. At this moment, Lin Ray vaguely sensed something, but he was not completely sure. Yes, it is a test. Knowing what Lin Ray was thinking, the voice did not hide anything. However, before that, you have to let me see your strength. Although you are very strong, you're now only a wisp of spiritual power. If you can pass the next test with your spiritual power, then you'll have the opportunity to be tested. Lin Ray wanted to refuse the voice, but he found that his spiritual power could not be withdrawn at all. This was the first time a mother-in-law was choosing a son-in-law. How is it? Are you ready? Damn, are you kidding? A wisp of spiritual power? What do you think a wisp of spiritual power can do? Lin Ray protested against the mysterious person. If his original body was here, let alone a test, he would not even care about the test. However, in this space, there was a wisp of spiritual power, an existence that could not be wrong. Of course, setting up a formation and carving runes was still possible, but Lin Ray did not believe that he could pass the mysterious person's test with just these two things. That is your business. I'm only asking you, do you accept it or not? The mysterious person spoke. His tone was filled with an aura that could not be disobeyed. Can I refuse? Lin Ray said helplessly. No. The mysterious person answered very straightforwardly. Lin Ray did not know how to describe his current mood other than being speechless. F***CK, then what are you talking about? Saying that, Lin Ray raised his right hand, and sword fingers appeared. His eyes were fixed on the surroundings. His divine sense, which could only see 5 meters away, was released by Lin Ray. As the saying goes, having something is better than having nothing. Moreover, divine sense could see much more clearly with closed eyes. Get ready, it is coming. Hearing this, Lin Ray became even more nervous. His muscles tensed up and his mind was tense. His eyes and divine sense were constantly scanning the surroundings, in case danger suddenly approached. Kacha! Just as Linley was nervously preparing for battle, a thunderous boom could be heard from above his head. F***CK, it can't be, right? Looking up, he saw a flash of white lightning appear in the originally pitch-black space. Hee hee, Prepare to endure the feast of lightning. I am very much looking forward to your performance. I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, the mysterious person's voice disappeared again, and he fell into silence. At this moment, in the system, the little dragon sitting on the lake suddenly opened his eyes. A light flashed through his eyes, and he turned his head to look at Lin Ray on the shore. Seeing his closed eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I hope you can subdue the artifact's spirit in the devouring cauldron. Although he is damaged now, his strength is still quite terrifying. I hope you can persevere and obtain the recognition of the artifact's spirit. This will be a good help for you when you enter the Holy World or even the Hongmeng realm. Chapter 9:30. Kacha. In the mysterious space, Lin Ray frowned as he looked at the rolling thunderclouds above his head. He was very worried. It's coming. Feeling the change in the thunderclouds above his head, Lin Ray suddenly said to himself. A teardrop as thick as a bucket rushed down like a thunder dragon and rushed towards Lin Ray's spiritual incarnation. It carried a destructive aura and an aura that made people fear it. It was so fast that it instantly arrived above Lin Ray's head. F***CK. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? It's so big right from the start. Looking at the teardrop above his head, Lin Ray's face darkened and he complained. He then put his hands together and made mysterious and strange seals. At first, the speed was very slow and could be seen with the naked eye. But slowly, as time passed, Lin Ray's seals became faster and faster until the last seal phantom appeared. Seal the formation, descend the heavens, complete. Suddenly, the vague outline of a large formation appeared 2 meters away from Linley's body, surrounding him in the center. Phew, I hope I can withstand this lightning tribulation. Feeling the danger above his head, he couldn't help but pray. Boom! The bucket-sized thunder dragon collided with the formation around Lin Ray, and a muffled sound rang out. Kacha! As if something had broken, the sound was not very loud, but Lin Ray heard it very clearly. It was as if it had appeared next to his ear. F***CK. No way. I just found out about the next round. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Looking up, Lin Ray's face darkened when he saw the cracks on the formation around him. He didn't expect his formation to be so weak. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he could only use 1/10,000th of his strength. It was already very good that he could use it. Moreover, it was still holding on and hadn't been completely destroyed by the lightning tribulation. But seeing the cracks on the formation becoming more and more concentrated, he knew that this formation wouldn't last long. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just admit defeat like this? Lin Ray was extremely anxious as he watched the approaching threat. Thinking about the difficulties he had faced along the way, thinking about the path he had once taken, a sense of indignation welled up in his heart. No, I can't admit defeat. Isn't it just a small lightning tribulation? Isn't it just a test? Looking around, a chilling light was revealed. Just you wait. When I get out, I'll break your space and make you regret what you've done. As he thought about this, Lin Ray's hesitant heart calmed down, and a wisp of tenacity surged into appearance. The Tao of Heaven, the beginning of the great Tao. Things are forbidden, illusions are the foundation, and the sun and moon are the Tao. The Tao of talismans, supplemented by the 3,000 great Taos, derived from the various Taos and the power of slaughter. Tendo is the same with the way of formations. A series of jerky incantations came out of Lin Ray's mouth, and then he raised both his hands and placed them on each side. Then, a series of formation symbols and runes appeared on both of his hands at the same time. At this moment, the moment the 2 Taos appeared, they were all centered around Lin Ray's chest, and their speed was not very fast. However, this scene, a strange thing happened. When the 2 Taos collided, they began to slowly fuse. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of energy of heaven and earth appeared in an instant. At the same time, at the moment the 2 Taos fused, the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and crazily rushed towards Lin Ray's body. Hmm. The appearance of this scene caused the mysterious voice to exclaim in surprise, and then it fell silent again. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Feeling the runes in front of him getting stronger and stronger, the face that was full of worry a moment ago slowly relaxed at this moment. When Lin Ray was creating the runes, the lightning tribulation above his head did not stop because it was blocked by the formation just now. Instead, its power did not weaken, and instead, it became stronger and stronger. What made Lin Ray even more unbearable was that the thunderclouds in the sky were constantly injecting energy into the lightning above Lin Ray's head. Damn it, do you have any shame? Is this AF asterisk king cheat? Looking at the lightning, Lin Ray's face darkened even more. This was something he had never encountered before. It could be said that this was the strangest thing he had ever encountered in his cultivation, and there was no other. Fine, you're really something. Since you don't want any shame, then why should I care? As he spoke, the seals on his hands began to change, and his speed increased to another level. Phew, awesome. At this moment, Lin Ray's originally illusory body miraculously materialized. Although the materialization speed was not very fast because his body materialized, the formation that he had set up before also began to solidify. Hey, old man, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. As he spoke, the seals on his hands began to change, and in an extremely distorted manner, it began to speed up. Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang out. At this moment, a sword hilt appeared above Lin Ray's head out of thin air. As time passed, the sword hilt changed from short to long. At first, it was just the sword hilt, but as time passed, the sword blade appeared. 10,000 Law Sword. This was the 10,000 Law Sword that Lin Ray had used before, but he had passed it all on to his son. Now that the 10,000 Law Sword had appeared, a touch of excitement appeared on his face. Although it's just a 10,000 Law Sword condensed from laws, all of its power has appeared. It's just that the 10,000 Law Sword's special ability hasn't appeared. Saying that, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, in this situation, being able to condense a sword out of laws was already very good. Using the power of heaven and earth to inherit the laws of heaven and earth, and condensing the power of laws into a sword. Your comprehension of laws is very powerful. Shut up. Lin Ray really didn't want to hear the mysterious person speak right now. Seeing Lin Ray's growl, the mysterious person couldn't help but speak up. Looks like you hate me a lot. Bullshit. You showed up out of nowhere, told me to take the test, and didn't even give me a chance to choose. You're so rude to me. I'm not the only one. Anyone would be furious. Besides, I'm Lin Li, one of the most powerful figures in the future world. Is that so? The mysterious person paused for a moment before continuing. Since you say you're the peak of the future world, then keep up the good work. After saying that, the voice disappeared again. Lin Ray wasn't surprised by this. Bastard, just you wait. In the outside world, the auction was very lively. However, without Lin Ray's bid, the auction went very smoothly. It was already halfway through, and each item could be said to be the best of the best. During the auction, Shadow and I saw a few magical treasures that were accessories and couldn't help but bid for them. They weren't expensive either. Each one cost 8 to 9 million. Hong Yu, who was standing at the side, was already numb to this. He had thought that he was rich and could be considered a rich man. However, after this incident, he realized that compared to Lin Li, he was a poor man. A complete and utter poor man. Ladies, the next item is an extraordinary existence. I've heard that this item was once used by an ancient expert. It's extremely powerful. However, due to some reason, it was damaged. Even so, its power is still incomparable to an ordinary divine artifact. May I know what the two ladies are? Hong Yu was stunned when he saw the item on the stage. The item was called the Red Brocade, and it looked like a blanket. Although it looked a bit funny, it was a magical treasure used by Shi Meng of the Shi clan. It was used to make people fall asleep. As long as the other party wasn't more than 3 levels higher than the user, they would fall into an eternal slumber and be unable to extricate themselves from their own dreams. Even if you were a strong-willed person, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the red brocade. This item looks good and has a unique function. If we can get it and let our husband study it, he might be able to restore it. Sister Shadow is right. This item is such a divine item. I think we should bid for it. At this moment, the two of them discussed telepathically. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They turned to Hong Yu and said, "I'll leave it to you. No matter what the price is, you must get it. As for the price, there's no limit as long as you can get it." What? Hong Yu, who was looking forward to it, was stunned. He was just saying it because he wasn't sure if the two of them would buy it. But now, what's wrong? Is it difficult? Shadow asked when she saw Hong Yu's shock. No, it's not difficult. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. But Hong Yu hesitated for a moment and confirmed again. Are you sure there's no limit to the price? No matter the price? Shadow was speechless. Yes, no matter the price, you must get it. Do you understand? Understood. I'll bid now. Hong Yu's face reddened when he was questioned by the two of them. He stopped talking and looked down with a nervous expression. Lin Ray didn't know what the two of them had decided to do. Lin Ray was in an extremely bad environment. That bucket-sized bolt of lightning above his head had disappeared, but in its place was a bolt of lightning 30 times the size of the previous bolt of lightning. As for the formation which Linley had set up earlier, it was now on the verge of collapse. It was full of cracks, and there wasn't a single place that was intact. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that such a formation could still hold on in the face of such a powerful attack. The sound of a sword rang through the entire space. At this moment, the sword above Lin Ray's head had taken shape. The rune on Lin Ray's chest had also taken shape and was floating in front of Lin Ray. Finally, it's finally done. Looking at the sword above his head and the rune in front of him, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. Looking at the rune in front of him, Lin Ray opened his mouth and whispered, "Lightning strike." The lightning strike was condensed from the laws of heaven and earth. It was very powerful. Once the lightning strike exploded, there would be no survivors within 10,000 miles. Even if there was a supreme god or a Tao fruit within 10,000 miles, it would be useless. As long as the lightning strike exploded, both of them would be destroyed in an instant. However, because he was in a mental state, the lightning strike's power was greatly reduced. Looking up at the 10,000 laws sword condensed from the laws, Lin Ray was stunned. Then he reached out and grabbed it. 10,000 laws sword, I hope you won't disappoint me. The sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. With a flash of light, he raised his hand and caught the lightning strike. Ka-cha-bang. Finally, the formation couldn't hold on and collapsed. Fortunately, I've successfully condensed it. Now, let's see if I'm still afraid of you. Saying that, he raised his hand and threw the lightning strike at the swarming lightning strike above his head. 10,000 swords art, 10,000 swords return to origin. In the instant that the thunder seal was thrown out, the long sword in his hand flashed out, and one sword shadow after another of the 10,000 spell sword appeared behind Linley. The power of heaven and earth didn't appear. It didn't come from the descending lightning. Instead, it came from Lin Ray's sword. At this moment, Lin Ray was using all of his strength. Go! With a furious shout, Lin Ray threw out a sword light. The moment the sword light flashed, the densely packed sword images followed the sword light and rushed toward the lightning above his head. The vast sword images, in addition to the lightning strike, were like a feast of battle. The people of the God Realm had never seen such a scene before. Lightning strike explode. Boom, a loud sound was heard. It was as if there was a big earthquake. The moment the lightning seal exploded, the entire space began to tremble. ZZ. The clouds dispersed. The power of the lightning strike's explosion was too great. Adding on the collision with the lightning, circles of shock waves spread out in all directions. Facing this, Lin Ray, who was made of mental energy, flew back uncontrollably. Pung. While flying back, his eyes kept looking forward. He saw that the moment the lightning strike exploded, The 10,000 laws sword with 10,000 sword images rushed in front of the lightning and collided with it. With a plop sound, he finally flew upside down and fell to the ground. He rolled 2 laps before finally coming to a stop. Because it was mental energy, Lin Ray didn't feel any pain. However, his body made of mental energy became dim and illusory after experiencing the shock waves of the battle. Getting up, he raised his head and looked at the lightning. Finally, it's finally over. Put on. Lin Ray sat on the ground powerlessly. He took a long breath, and his face was full of shock. Just now, when Linley had investigated, the lightning had disappeared, and the law sword of 10,000 spells had disappeared along with the lightning. Finally, it's finally over. Thinking about what just happened, Lin Ray couldn't help but want to go out and find the little dragon to find out what happened. However, before he could get up, that mysterious voice sounded again. This time, it was full of praise. "You're not bad." "Nonsense, do I need you to say that?" Looking around, Lin Ray couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. I didn't expect that a body condensed from mental energy would be able to unleash such a powerful attack. I have to say that you're one of the few experts I've seen. You're very good and very strong." Hearing the mysterious person's praise, Lin Ray was stunned. Then, he came back to his senses and said, "Can you stop bragging? I just want to know who you are, where is this place, and what is the test you mentioned before?" Chapter 9:31. Whoosh! After Lin Ray finished speaking, the space was silent for a long time. The mysterious man did not speak, but just when Lin Ray thought that he was unwilling to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Lin Ray immediately stood up from the ground. Looking at the figure, Lin Ray looked carefully. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and a beard. He looked very harmonious, but for some reason, behind this harmony, Lin Ray felt a sense of uneasiness. This kind of uneasiness was experienced by the little dragon and the system, but compared to the little dragon and the system, this kind of uneasiness was not as strong. "Who are you?" Finally, Lin Ray opened his mouth. The old man chuckled and looked up at Lin Ray. That pair of soul-sucking eyes met with Lin Ray's eyes. The moment Lin Ray's eyes met, Lin Ray felt that he had entered the endless void. Those eyes were like a black hole, as if they wanted to devour him and all living things. "No, wake up for me." The moment this feeling arose, Lin Ray was stunned. Fear spread throughout his body, and he quickly bit the tip of his tongue to escape from those soul-sucking eyes. When he came back to his senses, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and the tip of his tongue was tingling. TSK, not bad. Your mind is firm, and you can pass the test with just a touch of spiritual power. Not bad. Looking at Lin Ray, the old man's eyes were filled with joy, as if Lin Ray was a naked woman who fascinated him. What are you looking at?" Looking at the old man's excited face, Lin Ray's body trembled, and he couldn't help but step back with his hands around his chest. Damn, what are you thinking? This old man is worth it." Seeing Lin Ray's vigilant look, the old man couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I just said that your mind is firm. Can you think a little more?" Seeing that the old man was about to teach him a lesson, Lin Ray wanted to refute, but he felt the uneasiness from the old man, and his voice stopped abruptly. Looking at Lin Ray, the old man rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. "All right, I won't chat with you anymore. Time is limited. Let's hurry up and tell you what you have to do next." As he spoke, the old man's smile was replaced by a serious look on his face, as if what he was going to tell him was life and death. Linley couldn't help but become serious as well. He also wanted to know what he was going to say next. "I am the weapon spirit of the devouring cauldron. The weapon spirit of the devouring cauldron. This is the space within the devouring cauldron. The reason why you are here is because your enormous mental strength has opened the seal. Therefore, you are here and have become a candidate for the successor. The devouring cauldron is devouring an artifact spirit. Candidate, candidate, candidate. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Ray roughly understood where he was. He also knew that he was in the small cauldron that was just auctioned off. However, he never expected that there would actually be an artifact spirit within such a damaged little cauldron. And the spirit was so terrifying, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of another question. If the spirit was so powerful, what level would the devouring cauldron be? However, Lin Ray didn't expect that the devouring cauldron was now broken and degraded, and the spirit inside, it was also degraded. Yes, the devouring cauldron. Looking at Lin Ray, the devouring cauldron continued. I won't tell you the details, you just need to know that it's very powerful. Even innate spiritual treasures can't compare to it. But, seeing the artifact spirit stop, Lin Ray frowned. But what? But now that the devouring cauldron has been broken, it's been reduced to a supreme quality god artifact. If you really do inherit the devouring cauldron, there will be much, much waiting for you in the future. Suddenly, Lin Ray felt like he had fallen into a trap when he heard the artifact spirit's words. But this trap was just like the system back then. He had no choice but to step into it. Lin Ray became speechless when he thought about it. But when he thought about the uneasiness he felt from the artifact spirit, he immediately made a decision. All right, let's wait and see. Didn't you say there was still a test? We'll talk about it after that. That's true. Anyway, there's no point in being anxious now. With your current level, you don't have the right to take the test of the devouring cauldron. Come find me when you break through to the Saint realm and become a Dao fruit saint at the bottom of the saint's world. The artifact spirit said indifferently. However, when Lin Ray heard this, he felt like he had been electrocuted. His body trembled and he froze on the spot. You're saying that I don't have the strength to take the test now, and that I have to wait until I become a saint before I can take the test of the devouring cauldron? Lin Ray's words were filled with disbelief. He had some understanding of the artifact spirits in the past, but he had never thought that the artifact spirit would say such a thing. If he wanted to become a Dao fruit saint, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to defeat only a Dao fruit saint who had reached perfection. However, at the very least, he would be able to cancel each other out, and neither of them would be able to do anything to the other. I know he must be doubtful. Seeing Lin Ray's doubtful look, although he didn't say anything, he could feel it. However, that's the truth. Previously, the devouring cauldron's level was too high. Although its level has been reduced to a divine artifact now, its original test still exists. It's just that the test's level has been reduced slightly. I admit that you're powerful, but in the face of the devouring cauldron's test, unless you have the strength of a saint, after all, the minimum requirement for the devouring cauldron's test is to be a Dao fruit saint. Cultivators who haven't reached the Dao fruit saint realm can't take the test at all. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Lin Ray was completely helpless. He was even more speechless towards the creator of the devouring cauldron. However, looking at the powerful treasure mountain in front of him, although it wasn't inferior to him now, he believed that as long as he became a saint, this thing would definitely be his. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on his face. I understand. I wonder if there's anything else you need? No. In that case, let me leave first. I'll look for you after I enter the saint realm. Speaking of leaving, Lin Ray became anxious. He didn't know how much time had passed outside. Okay, after saying that, a rune shone around the artifact spirit, and a door slowly rose not far from Lin Ray. In response, Lin Ray was excited and walked towards the exit. No, what should I do if you leave just like that? As though he had thought of something, the runes that had been flashing around his body suddenly vanished, and the door in front of him disappeared as well. What are you doing? Looking at the door disappear, Lin Ray was stunned. He turned his head and roared at the artifact spirit. Actually, I wanted to say that the devouring cauldron is severely damaged. If you come across any materials that can repair the devouring cauldron, please pass them to me. If the devouring cauldron is upgraded, it will be a great help to you. No, I see. Originally, Lin Ray was a little angry when the door suddenly disappeared. However, after hearing this, he fell silent for a moment. This matter was nothing to him. However, thinking about the resurrection of the little dragon, Lin Ray was worried. Originally, one person was enough for him. Now, there was another person who was useless. Forget it. Anyway, his current state is only temporary. When he recovers, he will definitely be a good artifact. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. He looked up at the artifact's spirit and nodded. Okay, I agree to this matter. As long as I come across the materials you need, I will definitely get them for you. Now, can you let me out? Yes, you can go out. After saying that, before Lin Ray could react, his vision turned black. When he saw light again, he could not help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect that I would have a time like this. Thinking of the uneasiness he felt from the devouring cauldron, Lin Ray was very afraid. You're awake. Just as Linley was in a state of apprehension, a lazy voice rang out from not too far away. Little dragon? He could not be more familiar with this voice. Looking for the voice, he saw the little dragon sitting on the lake with a smile on his face. Looking at him, Lin Ray could not help but feel hatred. You bastard, you only know how to trick me. Time and time again, you do this every time. You bastard, you think this is fun? Lin Ray could not help but speak. Although it seemed like Lin Ray was really complaining about the little dragon, in fact, in his tone and expression, there was no resentment at all. Are you angry? The figure flashed in front of Lin Ray. Looking at him face to face, he smiled. Io, don't be like this. You saw it too. I am giving you an opportunity. With the power of this devouring cauldron and the artifact spirit inside, it will definitely be useful to you when you enter the holy world. Of course, before that, you have to shoulder the responsibility of repairing it. Otherwise, everything I said just now is just empty talk. Facing the little dragon, Lin Ray could not get angry at him no matter what. Sigh, forget it. Since this has happened, then let it be. But you have to remember, if something like this happens in the future, you have to tell me in advance. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it happens again like today? Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you in advance next time, the little dragon agreed. Seeing the little dragon's appearance, Lin Ray could not help but feel a chill in his balls. He felt that something bad would be waiting for him in the future. As for the little dragon's words just now, Lin Ray only heard them in one ear and out the other. He did not have any extravagant hopes for the little dragon to change. He only hoped that it would not be too serious. The atmosphere became awkward as the two of them looked at each other. Before long, Lin Ray spoke up to break the awkward situation. Since you are fine, then I will go out first. I have been in here for so long. I don't know if the things you need have appeared. As for this devouring cauldron, since it is still in a sealed state, then let it continue to be sealed. When I have time, I will help it find the materials to repair it. That's it. I will go first. After saying that, he left the system in a flash. He was afraid that if he did not leave, the little dragon would blackmail him. Lin Ray deeply understood this point. You brat. Looking at the place where Lin Ray's figure disappeared, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You really don't know how to cherish it. Such a good thing is in your hands, and you're still like this. If those old fellows saw you, I am afraid they would directly cross the vast universe to hunt you down, right? Saying that, a touch of sadness appeared. At this moment, Lin Ray, who left the system, naturally did not know that at this moment, his spiritual energy returned to his body. Phew! Powerful strength can still be protected. When Xiao Chun felt the power coming from his physical body, the uneasiness in his heart could not help but vanish. You are awake. The same words, but when spoken by different people, gave Lin Ray a different feeling. Hearing this voice, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. Yes, I am awake. I wonder if the two of you have bought anything you like? Hearing their husband's question, Ing and Bing shyly lowered their heads and answered softly, Yes. That's good. At this moment, Lin Ray was finally relieved. Regarding this, he looked at Hong Yu and Xiaonya. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lin Ray was puzzled. What's wrong with the two of you? Nothing. I just feel that you're the one who is strong and powerful. We can't compare to you. Looking at Lin Ray, Hong Yu smiled bitterly. Originally, he thought that he was quite rich, but when he saw Lin Ray, Ing, and Bing spending money without any concept, he was too embarrassed to say that he was rich. One had to know that the price that Lin Ray and the other two said just now was so high that even if he sold the entire Hong Lu, he would not be able to compare to Lin Ray. You are too kind. Lin Ray did not care about his wealth. Although wealth was a strong backing for cultivation, Lin Ray did not care about this backing at all because he did not need it. Husband, look at that thing. I saw that the material is rare and the use is novel. So after discussing it with Sister Bing, we want to buy that thing for you so that you can study it later. Saying this, Ing led Lin Ray to look at the red silk brocade on the auction stage. Oh, hearing this, Lin Ray was startled and looked up. Although that thing was not really expensive, since it was something that his wife wanted him to see, even if he did not understand it, he had to pretend that he did. This was a trick that he had learned for a long time, and it worked every time. However, the moment Lin Ray's eyes fell on the red silk brocade, all his focus fell on the red silk brocade. This thing? You? Seeing her husband like this, Ing was delighted. She thought that she would like it, but the moment she heard Lin Ray's next words, she was stunned. What is this thing? Why does it look so much like the red veil on the heads of ancient women when they get married on planet Aqua Blue? Saying this, Lin Ray's divine sense rushed out and covered the red veil instantly. Originally, he just wanted to pretend that he was afraid that his wife would be unhappy, but at this moment, his divine sense observed the red silk brocade, and he could not help but be fascinated. Chapter 932. Looking at the red silk brocade, Lin Ray felt as if he had seen the whole world. Not for anything else, but because some of it could be used to rebuild the body of the little dragon. Spirit-seeking silk. The spirit-seeking thread was a very rare existence. It was not a particularly large piece, and its level was not particularly high. However, it was listed as one of the important materials by Xiaolong for the recovery of the physical body. Of course, he was not very clear about the spirit-seeking silk. It could even be said that he had never heard of it. However, at that time, the little dragon had completely transformed the appearance and characteristics of the spirit-seeking silk and understood all of its characteristics. Lin Ray originally thought that the spirit-seeking silk would only have a chance to be used after entering the Holy Realm. Although the spirit-seeking silk was not of a high level, it was very picky. It would not grow unless it was in a place with a high level of spiritual qi. Ordinary people did not know about this at all. Only the real powerhouses like the little dragon would know about it. Even he was hearing about it for the first time. Spirit-seeking silk. It's the spirit-seeking silk. I didn't expect to find it here. His eyes were fixed on the red veil. Perhaps it was because he was excited that he said the name of the spirit-seeking silk. Spirit-seeking silk. What's that? However, after Lin Ray spoke, the group of people in the room was confused. They did not know about the spirit-seeking silk at all. It could be said that they had never heard of it. Get it. Lin Ray, you must get it. At this time, the little dragon was also excited. After all, it was about his body. How could he not be anxious? Since this thing can appear here, it means that it is fated to be with me. Although some of its spiritual qi has dissipated, it can still be used. After all, this kind of thing is not easy to find. Even if it is found, it will not be so easy to get. He glanced at the system and saw Xiaolong's excited expression. Lin Li's heart ached, but he immediately made up his mind. He had to get the spirit-seeking thread. If God or Buddha stood in his way, he would kill Buddha. With this sword in hand, he could conquer the world. Buy it, no matter the price. Even if it means killing, I will not hesitate. At this moment, Lin Ray did not hide anything. Since he had already decided, there was nothing to hide. All right. Feeling the pressure coming from Lin Ray's body, Hong Yu's body suddenly trembled. His legs instantly wanted to bend and kneel down to worship Lin Ray. But fortunately, he didn't know how, but in the end, a cool feeling instantly flowed through his body, and Hong Yu was able to walk out of that state. Phew! R.A. let out a long sigh. Thinking back to the feeling just now, he had the urge to run away. However, when he thought of the cool feeling that had appeared at the end, Hong Yu couldn't help but turn his head to look. What he saw was none other than Ing, who was sitting next to Lin Rei. When he turned his head, he found that Ing was looking at him with an apologetic look. Hong Yu was stunned for a moment before he nodded. "Fellow Taoist Lin, since you've said so, then there's nothing to worry about. Since you want it, then let's bid for it. I would like to see who is the one who doesn't care about his life and wants to go against Hong Lu in this Death City." His words were impassioned, but Lin Li knew that behind this impassioned speech, there was a scheme. As the saying goes, only those with profits can be called businessmen. If he didn't have any profits, Hong Yu wouldn't be saying these words. However, Lin Rei didn't make a clear response to this. Of course, he was determined to get the red silk brocade. It didn't matter who came. 50 million. Boom. This voice was like a bomb, causing the entire Wan Bao Pavilion to be in an uproar. 50 million to buy a tattered red veil that even had a strange smell. The little dragon couldn't imagine what this was for. Was he crazy? 50 million? At this moment, Lin Rei frowned when he heard this price from the third floor. This was because he realized that the room that said 50 million was none other than the room of the person who bid against him previously. I didn't expect us to be so fated, but a cold aura emerged. Even if we're fated, this item has to be mine. It can only be mine. Others can forget about it, unless they want to die. Fellow Taoist Lin, 50 million. Do you still want to raise the price? A weak voice came from the side. In my opinion, this item has already exceeded the best price. If you raise the price, I'm afraid, raise the price. Before Hong Yu could finish speaking, Lin Rei's decisive words entered his mind. All right. After receiving the order, Hong Yu nodded his head and walked to the side. He reached out his hand to support himself against the wall, as if he was afraid that he would faint. Looking down at the crowd that was waiting for a higher price to appear, Hong Yu gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Then, he opened his mouth and understood Lin Rei's meaning. 60 million. In an instant, the crowd was ignited once again. 60 million, there was a difference of 10 million. If it was a normal cultivator or sect, it would be impossible. At this moment, whether it was the people on the first floor or the second floor, or even Lu Yao on the stage, they were all very curious about the room that was bidding on the third floor. They were curious about what kind of person had such great wealth. Such a person could not be found in the realm of the gods. This caused everyone to be even more shocked. Some people began to have delusional thoughts, while others began to think in other directions. Some people began to suspect that the person in the room on the third floor looked rich, but in reality, he wanted to dine and dash. Who exactly has such great wealth to be able to so easily take out 60 million to buy a tattered veil? That's right. Who exactly is this person? Since he's so strong, he shouldn't be from a sect outside of the ninth state, right? But I heard that those sects aren't much, right? I really don't know how this person has such great wealth. If he could teach me, how great would that be? The scene became extremely chaotic. Lin Rei did not care about this, nor did he want to pay attention to it. All he wanted was the red veil. Bastard, it's you again. At this moment, Old Man Who on the second floor had already exploded with anger. He had been angry because someone else had bought the pill cauldron at such a high price, and it was difficult for him to calm down. But now, he had once again taken a fancy to something that he wanted. Now, another person had appeared. What caused Old Man Who's head to hurt was that the person who had bid for the pill cauldron at such a high price was the same person who had bid for the pill cauldron at such a high price. At this moment, he really couldn't take it anymore. The anger that had accumulated in his heart, and this time, adding fuel to the fire, could only ignite the effect of the fire even faster. At this moment, it seemed that Old Man Who had been ignited. 70 million. This time, Old Man Who had already decided that no matter who it was, he would definitely buy this item today, regardless of the price he had to pay. With such a look and such determination, Old Man Who seemed to have forgotten that he had also wanted to touch the devouring cauldron when it had appeared previously. Who exactly is this person? He actually dares to fight back. It seems that the previous blow and suppression were not enough. In that case, then, this time, I'll crush all of your confidence and turn it into dregs. Looking at old man whose room on the second floor, a strange smile appeared on his face. Continue to raise the price. No matter how much the other party offers, you must buy this item. Just add 10 million more than the other party's bid. He instructed Hong Yu, who was beside him, and then his gaze fell on Ing. Go and see who's here. Since he wants to be a guest, let him in. It's quite tiring to hide at the door. The sudden words caused Hong Yu and Xiaonya to be stunned. Subconsciously, the two of them looked at each other and saw the puzzled look in each other's eyes. Both of them were stunned. However, when Ing heard this, she didn't seem surprised. In fact, the moment that person came and hid at the door, she had already noticed his presence. However, at that time, Lin Ray was obsessed with the cauldron. So, she stood up and looked at Lin Ray with a smile. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. After doing it for so long, it's time to loosen up. Go. After saying that, Ing, who was still stretching her body, suddenly disappeared. She was still there a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. Even the slightest trace of her aura in the room disappeared. It was as if she had never been there. With a gulp, Hong Yu and Xiaonya, who were watching Ing disappear, stood dumbfounded on the spot. Their throats kept moving as they choked on their saliva. Outside the door, on one of the rafters, a man dressed entirely in black was lying on his stomach, staring at the door to Lin Li's room. He didn't dare to blink for even a moment, as though if he blinked, he would miss something. Tisk, it's already 60 or 70 million. I didn't expect this person to be so rich. If I can rob him, then, no, it's dangerous. At this moment, just as the man was about to rob Lin Ray, a cold intent came from behind him. As an assassin, he naturally understood this feeling. At the same time, he was also aware of it the moment he felt it and made preparations to escape. Your vigilance is not bad. It's just that your strength is a little lacking. She had purposely released that cold intent just now for no other reason than have fun. You, hearing the voice behind him, the man turned around and saw a woman looking at him with a smile. Of course, he didn't feel that the woman in front of him had any good intentions. It wasn't for anything else but his intuition. When he saw the woman's expression, what the man saw was not warmth. Instead, it was as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. It made him tremble in fear. Come in and sit with me. The person who spoke was none other than Ing, who had disappeared from the room. Looking at the man, Ing said, Don't force me to make a move. When I make a move, even I'm afraid of myself. Oh, is that so? Saying this, she ignored him and walked towards the man with disdain in her eyes. Don't come over. Seeing the woman continuously walking towards him, the man panicked. Just now, he had been filled with coldness. Now, the moment the woman moved, he realized that he did not even have the thought of fighting back. Instead, he had the urge to run away. This was something that had never happened in his life as an assassin. Even his master had never said this. Let's go. Saying this, Ing didn't want to waste any more time. She stretched out her hand, and a large amount of spirit chi instantly appeared, wrapping around the man in black and controlling him. Sigh, wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why would I waste time with you? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but laugh and walk towards the room. However, at this moment, all of the experts in the auction house were alarmed. Although it was only for an instant, they felt it very clearly. Ing didn't know that she had only released her cultivation for an instant, but she didn't expect to be noticed. At this moment, all of the high-level practitioners in the auction house looked towards the room where Lin Ray was on the third floor. Some were confused, some were doubtful, and some were shocked. At this moment, everyone wanted to see the appearance of Lin Ray and the others even more. They even wanted to investigate the cultivation of these people and where the powerful aura just now came from. All of these questions became the sore point of everyone present. As for the auction house, they basically didn't pay much attention to it. It could be said that half of the auction was a success, but the other half was also a failure. Not for anything else, but because everyone's attention were all on Ing and Linley's room on the third floor. In Lin Ray's room, Ing caught the man in black and put him in front of Lin Ray. Then she sat back down next to Lin Ray. She was well-behaved and gentle. At this moment, the man in black didn't feel the coldness on her face at all. "Who are you? Who sent you?" "Of course, you don't have to tell me, but I'm a very patient person. If you don't tell me the answer I want to know in the time I want to know, then don't blame me when the time comes." Before the man in black could refuse, Lin Ray said, "Who sent you? What's your name? Why are you here? What's your mission? And which force do you belong to?" Lin Ray asked one question after another. For a moment, the man in black was stunned. 3, 2, oh, it seems that you're very brave." Seeing that the man didn't speak, Lin Ray laughed instead of being angry. 1, good, you've successfully exceeded the time limit I set. Since that's the case, I'll give you some punishment. As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in his hand. With a casual flick, he threw it out like a dart. Ah! A scream came from the man's mouth. His face was pale, cold sweat flowed freely from his forehead, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His face was as ferocious as a ghost, which made people click their tongues. Don't panic. This is just the beginning, and this is only the least painful of the 18 major acupoints. Looking at him, Lin Ray paused for a moment and continued. I'll continue. Of course, you don't have to respond, but, you know. With that, Lin Ray spoke again. Now tell me, who sent you? Which force do you belong to? I don't want to say more. You better not force me. I think I'm very kind. Don't force me to be a bad person. Chapter 9:33. Enduring the pain. He raised his head to look at Linley's kind, yet deathly smile. His entire body quivered as he suddenly came to his senses. He thought of the person behind him, and then thought of the pain he was currently enduring. If what he said was true, the pain would only get worse. In an instant, the oaths and promises in the man's heart were destroyed in the face of death and torture. He did as he said. He raised his head, and the pleading look in his eyes was exposed in front of everyone. Seeing this, Linley knew that the information he wanted to know was about to come. Sure enough, as soon as this thought appeared, the man in black spoke. However, because of the pain, he couldn't help but stutter when he spoke. I said, as long as you don't torture me, I'll tell you immediately. As he spoke, as if he was afraid that Lin Ray would return, he didn't wait for Lin Ray to respond, and quickly said, My name is 16. In our organization, we don't have our own names. We only have code names because it's easier to remember. Oh, hearing this, Lin Ray frowned. He knew that in some assassin organizations, people usually wouldn't use their own names. Yes, and for people like us who were adopted since we were young, we have even less autonomy. We have to listen to all the arrangements, so get to the point. Lin Ray frowned and said, Okay. Seeing Lin Ray's frown, 16 couldn't help but shudder. He quickly said, the sect I'm in is called Nameless. It can be said that it's a sect that has just started. This time, I came with the sect leader and vice sect leader. At the same time, the person who sent me here is the vice sect leader called Hu-E. Although he is the vice sect leader, he has the same power as the sect leader. Because he is an alchemist, the sect leader is very helpless. After all, the sect has just started and is at the stage where alchemists are useful. What happened after that? Seeing that 16 was a lot, Lin Ray quickly asked. What he wanted to know was not this. Then just now, because Hui wanted to get the pill cauldron that you bought at a high price because of his face and your financial resources. I understand. Hearing this, how could Lin Ray not understand? So, it's another piece of trash who is tempted by wealth. However, Lin Ray couldn't understand. Even he didn't know the origin of that black cauldron. At first glance, it looked like a decent cauldron, but why? Seeing Lin Ray's confused look, the man in black understood and continued. You don't know, but our vice sect leader likes to fight for everything. There was once when he fought with the sect leader for his own face. If it weren't for the difference in strength between him and the sect leader, I'm afraid that the position of sect leader of the Nameless sect would have been changed. At this moment, before Lin Ray could ask, Hong Yu spoke. Then what's the name of the sect leader of a nameless sect? What's his background? Why is it the nameless sect famous in the realm of the gods? It can even be said that no one has heard of it before. In terms of information, he believed that Hong Lu was powerful. However, now that there was a sect that even he didn't know about, how could he let go of his face? Also, where is the sect leader of your sect? How strong is the sect? When did you enter the city? Xiao Hongye couldn't help but add, yes. Hongyu was stunned for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his face. This? Seeing the two excited people, 16 couldn't help but look at Lin Rei with a troubled expression. He understood that the person in front of him had the most authority and the right to speak, so speak. Whatever they want to know, you must tell them. Don't hide anything. Otherwise, you know what will happen. As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in his hand. Understood. He had a deep understanding of silver needles. 16 didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He turned around and told Hong Yu and Xiaonya all their questions in detail. As for Lin Rei himself, he was looking at the red veil below him. He was very nervous. Below, everyone was looking at the position that Lin Rei mentioned. Lu Yao was no exception. As for the price and ownership of the red silk brocade, everyone already had an idea. Even Lu Yao was the same. 70 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher than 70 million? At this moment, Lu Yao came back to her senses and collected all her thoughts. Little girl, who do you think will continue to bid? The person in that room has already said such a thing. Who dares to increase the price? That's right. No matter who bids, he'll increase the price by 10 million. Isn't that putting pressure on everyone? Furthermore, who can compete with him in terms of wealth? Furthermore, we wouldn't foolishly offend such a powerful and mysterious existence for such a broken item, right? That's right. What this friend said is too correct. We also think so. That's why, little girl, you should quickly make the final decision. There's already no one who's bidding. At this moment, without waiting for Lu Yao to say anything, the people on the second and third floor, even the people on the first floor, all began to speak. Of course, it was inevitable that everyone would feel displeased and angry at Hong Yu's earlier words. After all, those who were able to come here were all people of status in the divine realm. Things like face were very important to everyone present. However, at the same time, everyone present knew that in front of absolute strength, face was like a shoe cushion. It wasn't worth anything. This was especially true for someone like Lin Rei. He had already bid 10 million. However, perhaps they did not know that not long ago, Lin Rei had spent all of his wealth in one go. Furthermore, the price of divine crystals was much higher than middle-grade divine crystals. There were high-grade divine crystals and even top-grade divine crystals. If they were to find out about this, they would probably faint from the shock of this matter. At this moment, on the stage, Lu Yao heard the news from the upper floor of the hall. She smiled and was stunned. She understood. She raised her head and looked around. Then, she nodded and agreed. All right. Since everyone has said it like this, I have nothing else to say. 70 million going once. Although everyone was no longer bidding, the process of the auction still had to be completed. After all, these were the rules. The rules could not be broken. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Only with rules could one shake the world. To an outstanding auctioneer, this was very important. 10 million going twice. Yeah, I've finally gotten it. Seeing the auctioneer making his decision, Lin Rei felt a weight lifted from his heart. 70 million going thrice. Sold. With a bang, the hammer struck the final blow. The auction item, the red silk brocade, was now Lin Li's personal possession. Congratulations to the friend on the third floor. This red silk brocade has become your personal item. After that, the attendant brought the red silk brocade to Lin Rei's private room. Bastard, it's you again. Why is it always you? Do you really not get along with this old man? In the room on the second floor, he was about to explode from anger when he saw the item he wanted being snatched away by that person. No, this time, I definitely can't let you go. I don't believe that you're really that powerful. As if he had made a decision, Hui calmly sat down. His expression was gloomy, and he was the complete opposite of the violent him from before. AI. The young man looked at Hu Yi and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It seems that Hu Yi has made his decision this time. But, thinking about what Hu Yi had said, a mysterious smile appeared on the young man's face. It disappeared in a flash, and a calm expression appeared on his face again. That's good. This way, we can investigate whether that mysterious and powerful aura came from the person in that room. At this moment, the young man's thought appeared in everyone's mind. Lin Ray didn't know about it. The auction continued, and the later items became better and better. However, Linley didn't bid for any of the later items. It wasn't that he didn't want to bid, but rather that these items were of no use to him at all. In fact, they could even be described as troublesome. Lin Ray stored the red silk brocade in the system. It was already good enough to get the devouring cauldron and the red silk brocade at the Wan Bao Pavilion's auction house. So, in the time that followed, Lin Ray immersed himself in cultivation and meditation. The things that he couldn't figure out in the past, he found some clues during this meditation. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, day turned to night, and then night turned to day again. This cycle continued for 4 days. This auction was undoubtedly very beautiful for the Wan Bao Pavilion. At the same time, the profits from this auction were very optimistic. Some people got what they wanted in this auction, but some people didn't get what they wanted. Bang! The hammer made the final decision. The last item has been sold. This auction can be said to have ended very well. Once again, this little girl is very grateful for everyone's sincere invitation. Thank you very much. After saying this, S bowed slightly. Like this, if everyone still wants to buy some things, you can go next door to choose. For everyone who came to this auction, my Wan Bao Pavilion will give everyone a 20% discount. When this promise was made, the people who didn't get anything in the auction had bitter expressions. In the next moment, smiles appeared on their faces. Their bodies subconsciously wanted to leave and go to the Wan Bao Pavilion next door. In this regard, Lu Yao, who was on the stage, saw it clearly. Like this, the auction has come to a successful end. Everyone who wants to leave can leave. As for the guests who got something in the auction, we will visit them one by one. Of course, the main thing is to collect fees. After saying this, Lu Yao turned and left the auction stage. The moment Lu Yao left, the attendant to the side carried the auction item and followed her. With the departure of the two, the people who wanted to leave and go to the Wan Bao Pavilion to buy things could no longer stay. It was as if they had broken through their limits and left the auction venue. As for the people on the second and third floor, not a single one moved. Of course, a part of it was because Lu Yao had said that no money was paid. As for the other part, their thoughts were very explicit. They wanted to see if the person who had bid a high price and the aura of the mysterious expert had come from that room. Husband, the auction is over. Wake up. At this moment, Lin Ray was in the room on the third floor. Since the first day, Lin Ray had been immersed in meditation and hadn't woken up. Lin Ray let out a soft groan. Not long after, his tightly shut brows moved a few times and a pair of black eyes appeared before everyone's eyes. Phew! He opened his eyes and looked at everyone. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at his wife, Lin Ray asked, "Is it over?" Looking at her husband, Ing said, It's over. But I haven't paid yet." That's true." Lin Ray smiled awkwardly. If it weren't for Ying's reminder, he really would have forgotten that he hadn't paid yet. However, when he thought about paying, Lin Ray couldn't help but recall that he had already spent all of his divine crystals. All he had left were divine artifacts and useless pills. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Everyone looked over, and a look of confusion appeared on their faces. At this moment, Hong Yu thought of something and said, "It should be the cashier." It should be." Ing nodded. As she spoke, she stood up and walked to the door. She reached out and opened the door. A stunning face slowly emerged from the crack in the door and appeared before everyone's eyes. Isn't this the auctioneer from before, the second daughter of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion's pavilion master, Lu Yao. Looking at the figure that appeared, Lin Rei immediately recognized her. Why is she here? Not only was Lin Rei puzzled, even Hong Yu was very puzzled. Logically speaking, there would always be someone sent to collect the money from the bidders. When had the owner come out? Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Lu Yao smiled and brushed back her hair. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. Because this auction is too large, there's a shortage of people. I can only take care of the cultivation here. As she spoke, she bowed to Ing, who had opened the door and walked into the room. Since that's the case, then speak. How much is it altogether? In regards to Lu Yao's beauty, Lin Rei was only stunned for a moment before he recovered. His gaze did not linger on her body or face for too long. After all, there were two extremely beautiful wives at his side. Although home flowers could not compare to wildflowers, Lin Rei did not believe this to be the case. He felt that no matter how good wildflowers were, they could not compare to home flowers. Okay. Seeing that Lin Rei's gaze did not linger on her, Lu Yao was stunned and a feeling of defeat welled up in her. Smiling awkwardly, she then calculated the total price of the things that Lin Rei and the others had won. After calculating, Lu Yao raised her head and said, "This time, you've spent a total of 260 million. Seeing that it's your first time here and that you've spent so much, I've taken the liberty of rounding it off. You could just directly pay 260 million. Chapter 9:34. 200 million, to some people, was an astronomical figure. Even Hong Lu was no exception. Thus, when he heard this number, Hong Yu seemed to see a large number flash before his eyes. Furthermore, this was a number that he did not dare to try. To the side, Lin Rei was very calm. He was not like Hong Yu, but in truth, he was unable to take out 290 million. Looking at Lu Yao, Lin Rei spoke, "I do not have 260 million, but I have some pills and a few high-grade divine artifacts. I wonder if they can offset each other." Offset each other? I can't be out of money, right? At this moment, whether it was Lu Yao or Hong Yu, they were both stunned. However, Lu Yao's expression was a bit richer. After all, this 200 million would go into their family's pockets. That's right. Saying this, without waiting for Lu Yao to speak, Lin Rei waved his hand and brought out all the things that he had prepared. With a flash of light, a pile of items appeared before everyone. Among them, there were roughly a dozen or so divine artifacts. As for medicinal pills, they were scattered all over the ground. There was no need to rush to find many of them. Seeing the things that had suddenly appeared on the ground, Lu Yao was stunned. Lowering her head, she did not have much hope at first, but when her gaze fell on the pile of things on the ground, her entire gaze was attracted. As an outstanding auctioneer, she at least had a good eye for good things. In the instant that her gaze fell on the things on the ground, she felt that these things were not ordinary. Squatting down, she picked up a sword and pulled it out of its sheath. Beezy. The sound of the sword suddenly rang through the entire auction hall. Although every room had a soundproof formation, she never would have thought that Lin Rei's divine artifacts were all forged with his illusory spirit blood fire. Compared to normal divine artifacts, they could be described as trash. Good sword. She evaluated the sword in her hand with this word, but Lu Yao felt that it was a bit too belittling. She could feel that when she said this word, the sword in her hand clearly trembled a few times and began to struggle. He was aware of this phenomenon. At this moment, the sword in his hand was dissatisfied with her and her evaluation. At the same time that she understood the importance, Lu Yao put down the sword in her hand. She then picked up the other divine weapons, but after testing them one by one, she was stunned by the divine weapons on the ground. She discovered that these divine artifacts basically all had their own consciousness. After a period of sacrificial refining, it wouldn't take long for them to develop spiritual awareness and even artifact spirits. At this moment, she was no longer calm. Her previous expression of disdain had disappeared. At this moment, she only had one thought, and that was to leave everything in front of her. With these things, perhaps their 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would be upgraded to a higher level. As she thought about it, Lu Yao turned her gaze to the mortal bottle to the side. Although she had not seen it yet, when she thought of the divine tool from earlier, she subconsciously began to speak more heavily. "Ooh, calm down, you must calm down. After all, you are the second young lady of the Wan Bao Pavilion. Calm down, yes, calm down." Sensing that she was acting strangely, she could not help but begin to calm herself down. She wanted to calm herself down, but she found later on that this was completely useless because she was already impatient to know what sort of treasure was inside the pill bottle. Reaching out to hold the pill bottle tightly in her hand, she raised her head to look at Lin Ray. She then saw Lin Ray reclining in his chair with a look of indifference. Lu Yao was stunned. Could it be that the things inside are not as good as the divine tool? Thinking of this, the anticipation in her heart lessened. Reaching out to open the lid of the pill bottle, however, in this instant, a clear fragrance wafted out. Amidst this sound, she could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. This Zune-level pill, this is a Zune-level pill? Before Lu Yao could speak, Hong Yu screamed from the side. At this moment, Hong Yu was so shocked that he could not control himself. The divine tool from before had already caused him to be extremely shocked. But now that this kind of pill had appeared, this caused his worldview to be toppled. He had heard of Zune-level pills before, but he had never seen one before. But now, he felt the aura coming from the pill bottle, in addition to the fragrance of the pill, as well as some of the hidden injuries in his body. He had a faint feeling of numbness. This feeling caused him to involuntarily think of the explanation and effects of Zune-level pills. However, Lin Ray naturally knew why the three of them were so shocked. After all, in the entire realm of the gods, he was the only one who possessed Zune-level pills. He was the only one who had these divine artifacts. Even if others had them, they would only be inferior to his. "Lady Lu, I wonder if my husband's things will be able to cancel out your auction items?" At this moment, Ying spoke and urged. Although she knew that her appearance was much better than Lu Yao's, she still felt a little uncomfortable for a woman like her to stay in front of her husband. "Lady Lu, you say it. Can these things be used or not? If they can't, I still have some divine crystals here. I believe that it will be enough to buy the auction items just now." Bing, who understood Ying's meaning, quickly spoke up. She was also different. Lu Yao stayed in front of Lin Ray for a long time, even though she was confident in her appearance. Seeing his two wives say this, Lin Ray's face was filled with awkwardness. However, his thoughts were poles apart from Ying's. It was just that he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, they had wasted too much time here, and it was meaningless. The three of them looked at Lu Yao, hoping that she would be able to make a decision. Feeling that the three of them were looking at her, Lu Yao was momentarily stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. "The three of you really know how to joke." As she spoke, she pointed at the things on the ground and continued, "How can such good things not cancel each other out?" As she spoke, a look of bitterness appeared on her face. It was as she had just said. She wanted to buy them all, but 260 million. If she really used 260 million to buy the things before her, it would only be enough to buy 3 divine artifacts. As for pills, don't even think about it. Moreover, these 3 divine artifacts were just barely enough. If the buyer increased the price, it was possible that it would only be enough to buy 2. However, Lin Ray did not have the slightest idea about these things. Seeing Lu Yao nod, Lin Ray urged, "Since that's the case, let's hurry up. We are in a hurry." Right, we're in a hurry. Let's quickly resolve this matter so that we can leave." At this time, Hong Yu interjected. Seeing Hong Yu like this, Lu Yao hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her voice was filled with pleading. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go call my father. This matter is very serious." "So, your father?" Seeing Lu Yao like this, Lu Guiyun's unscrupulous expression appeared in his mind. He was speechless, but in the end, he could only nod. "Fine, but you have to be quick. 5 minutes. I will only give you 5 minutes. If your father does not appear before me in 5 minutes, I will choose to leave. Of course, before I leave, I will leave behind a few things as compensation." Good, good, good. Please wait a moment. I will leave now. After saying this, Lu Yao left in a hurry. With Lu Yao's departure, the room quieted down. No one spoke. Lin Rei reclined in his chair with a look of enjoyment on his face. As for the other two, they sat to the side, thinking about their own matters. Neither paid attention to the other. It was as if the other did not exist. Tower Master, if our Hong Tower can possess such a treasure then. Xiao Nye could not help but send a voice transmission to Hong Yu. Turning his head to look at Xiao Nye, he rolled his eyes. Nonsense, do you think I don't know? But so what? This thing is not ours. Even if we buy it, how much do you think it will cost? 50 million mid-grade divine crystals? 100 million? Looking at the divine artifacts on the ground, a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be able to see so many high-grade divine artifacts. He was certain that compared to other high-grade divine artifacts, these were simply top-grade existences. Then are we just going to watch the people of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion obtain these divine artifacts? There's nothing we can do. Who told fellow Lin to have the things he needs in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? After saying this, Hong Yu shrugged and fell silent. However, the hesitant look on his face was clearly seen by Linley. He understood the importance of these divine artifacts to these people. Lin Rei did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed, but Lu Guiyun still had not arrived. They're here. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Guiyun and Lu Yao's figures appeared in his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face. Come in. At this moment, Lu Guiyun, who had just arrived at the door and had not even reached out to knock, heard a voice coming from inside the room. Lu Guiyun did not say anything about this. He immediately pushed the door open and entered the room. After entering the room, he looked at Lin Rei and the others. His gaze swept over them and finally fell on the divine artifacts and medicinal pills on the ground. Seeing these, Lu Guiyun was as shocked as Lu Yao was before. Lin, fellow Lin, are you sure you want to use these things to exchange for the things you just bid for? Lu Guiyun asked. That's right. Okay, I agree. Before Lin Rei could finish speaking, Lu Guiyun's voice quickly followed. Since that's the case, then let's do it. Once you're done, I'll leave. Saying this, Lin Rei made an inviting gesture. Oh, that's right. Fellow Hong, thank you for your broadband these past few days. You should also go and pick out a few divine artifacts and medicinal pills. In the future, there will be many uses for you. Please don't refuse. A cry of surprise rang out. Whether it was Hong Yu, Xiao Nye, Lu Guiyun, or the others, all of them were stunned, especially Hong Yu, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin, fellow Lin, are you sure you won't want to give me some divine artifacts and medicinal pills? After coming back to his senses, although he knew he had heard clearly, he still could not help but ask. That's right, but if you don't want them, I won't force you, Lin Rei said with a smile. I want them. After receiving confirmation, Hong Yu smiled and joined the selection. On the side, Lu Guiyun was not willing to fall behind. He picked left and right, basically taking everything that Hong Yu fancied. In order not to arouse Lin Rei's disgust, Hong Yu casually picked 3 divine artifacts and 2 bottles of medicinal pills before leaving. Many thanks for fellow Lin's generosity. If you need this Hong Yu's help in the future, just let me know. Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of flames, as long as you ask, this Hong Yu will definitely fulfill your request. Pavilion Master Hong must be joking. Climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of flames is not an option, but I will still need Pavilion Master Hong to provide me with some information in the future. Lin Rei had a very good impression of Hong Yu, so he would not give him divine artifacts and medicinal pills. Yes. As long as you want to know, this Hong Yu will definitely find it for you. At this moment, Hong Yu decided that he had to befriend Lin Rei, no matter how many enemies he would encounter. He vaguely felt that as long as he could befriend Lin Rei, his future would be smooth sailing. Good. Hearing Lin Rei and Hong Yu's laughter, Lu Guiyun could not help but sigh and feel a sense of loss. At this moment, he dearly wished that the person chatting and laughing with Lin Rei was him and not Hong Yu. Thinking of this, he walked over to the side and cupped his hands, saying, "Fellow cultivator Lin, please put away the remaining items. These items are enough to offset the value of your previous auction items." As he spoke, Lu Guiyun took out 2 divine artifacts. One of them was the sword that Lu Yao had picked up earlier, while the other was a pair of dual sabers. However, each saber was a high-grade divine artifact. Not bad. Coiling dragon sabers and phoenix feather sword. It seems that Pavilion Master Lu is quite perceptive. These 2 items are among the best of the best among these divine artifacts. They are at least 4 or 5 times as powerful as high-grade divine artifacts. Lin Rei was not boasting in the slightest. It was not just because of the illusory spirit bloodfire. More importantly, these 2 divine artifacts had some formations and talismans that he had inscribed into them, so their power was unimaginable. However, this also required the person who wanted them to be powerful. Otherwise, they would not be able to subdue them. Fellow cultivator Lin is joking. Although he said this, Lu Guiyun was very happy. Fellow cultivator Lin, are you selling these divine artifacts and pills? If you are, then sorry, these things are all gifts, so I won't be buying them. As he spoke, he turned to Hong Yu and Ying and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." "Are we leaving already?" A weak voice came from the side. "HM." In response to this voice, everyone looked over. It was none other than Lu Yao. "That's right. The matter here has already been resolved, and there is no reason for me to stay here. So," shrugging, he walked past Lu Guiyun and the others and stepped out of the room. "They're out? They're out. They're finally out. I want to see who it is that dares to oppose this old man again and again." At this time, Hu Yi, who had been waiting on the 2nd floor for a long time, moved out. Chapter 9:35. "Husband, do you want me to no need?" Without waiting for Ying to finish her words, Lin Rei stopped her. "He's just a lackey. Let him jump around for a while. I want to see how far he can jump." At this moment, Lin Rei had stopped. As for Hu Yi's ferocious actions, he had activated his divine sense to monitor him. As long as he didn't make a move and didn't cause trouble, everyone would be happy. However, if he made a move and had the intention to kill him, there would only be one result. Of course, the ending had been decided the moment Hu Yi had the intention to kill him. "What are you talking about?" At this moment, Hong Yu, who was standing beside Lin Rei, was dumbfounded. However, from what he heard just now, he could guess that someone was about to do something irrational. Nothing, bang. A muffled sound rang out, interrupting Linley's words. "Oh, it seems that I don't need to say anything." Turning his head to look at the damaged private room on the 2nd floor, Lin Rei smiled and said, "See for yourself. He is." As he spoke, Lin Rei looked over. At this moment, an old man appeared on the 2nd floor, and beside him was a young man. However, from the oppressive aura he felt from the young man, Hong Yu didn't think that the young man was a simple junior. "Hu Yi, if I didn't guess wrong, you are the Hu Yi that 16 mentioned." At this moment, Lin Rei spoke first. Lin Rei already knew Hu Yi's identity. "What did you do to 16? Looking at Lin Rei, Hu Yi frowned and his killing intense sword. He still had some feelings for 16. After all, she had followed him for many years. "So you're the deputy sect leader of the nameless sect." At this moment, Hong Yu reacted. However, his gaze wasn't focused on Hu Yi, but the young man beside him. "You must be the sect leader of the nameless sect that you deliberately mentioned." As he spoke, Hong Yu couldn't help but cup his hands. Hearing Hong Yu's words, the young man also cupped his hands and nodded. "Yes, I'm the sect leader of the nameless sect, Wu Shi." Looking at the two of them, Lin Rei couldn't help but sneer. He took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared. The appearance of this scene stunned everyone present. Whether it was the nameless sect or Hong Lu, or even everyone who was still in the auction house, it could be explained why they released their divine consciousness to search for Lin Rei's existence. However, The result of the search made everyone's eyes pop out. This was because in their consciousness, there was no Lin Ray's existence at all. It could even be said that there was not even a trace of his aura. It was as if this person had never appeared. How could this be? Where did he go? At this moment, this thought appeared in the minds of everyone present, circling in their minds like a curse. This seemed to have become a puzzle that everyone present did not understand. They wanted to explore and uncover that layer of fog, but they realized that they did not have the ability to do so. I really don't get it. How did you muster up the courage to kill me with such a petty trick? A voice rang out, reverberating in every corner of the square. Hearing this voice, everyone's body trembled, and a feeling of wanting to submit spontaneously arose in their hearts. What are you trying to do? He was terrified of the person he wanted to kill just now. He could feel that he was no match for that person. It could even be said that he did not have the qualifications to be his enemy. TSK. That's a good question. At this moment, Lin Ray was in no hurry. His tone was extremely calm, like the calm lake without the slightest ripple. You were the one who provoked me from the beginning. Originally, as long as you didn't make a move, I wouldn't make a move. After all, I don't want to do troublesome things. But suddenly, the tone of the conversation changed. The surrounding air froze, and the temperature suddenly dropped to a freezing point. But you should never have had the intention to kill this sovereign. You should know that people who have the intention to kill this sovereign will either die or lose the ability to have the intention to kill in this lifetime. Ben Zun, could it be that you are? He was dumbfounded when he heard the other party call himself Ben Zun. Only those who had reached the divine realm could call themselves that. But now, how can this be? He's a hierarch. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be a hierarch expert. He's too strong. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be a hierarch expert. I thought he was just an emperor god. I was too rash. At this moment, Linley's words caused a huge commotion. They had never imagined that a godly venerable would appear here. At this moment, the nameless sect was the most worried one, especially he did not expect the person he wanted to kill to be a hierarch expert. If he knew that the other party was so strong, he would not have acted so presumptuously even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. There was no other way. Since things had already happened, there was no turning back. Husband, time is limited. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can leave. There are still many things waiting for us to do. Ing said while everyone was still in a daze. All right, I understand. No, I was wrong. He was afraid. He knew that his life was coming to an end. He did not want to remember that there were still many things waiting for him to do. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Since things have already happened, remember to be a good person in your next life. No, I don't think you have a next life. When the voice was heard, everyone felt a gust of cold wind blowing past them. Their bodies trembled, and they could not help but take a step back. Some of them even subconsciously went to the corner and wrapped themselves tightly. No. The voice was heard. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, his hands were clutching his neck, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. It was as if something was stuck in his throat, causing him to be unable to breathe. Sigh, what a pity. A divine monarch expert has been destroyed because of his own worries. I really hope that I won't have to do this in my next life. Isn't it good to be a good person? At this moment, Lin Ray's figure had already appeared. He could not help but sigh as he walked in the void. Looking at his figure, everyone only had one thought in their mind. Don't make an enemy out of this person. With a plop, Huyi's body suddenly fell to the ground. However, his appearance was no different from before. His hands were clutching his neck and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked very ferocious. Let's go. He came to Ing and the others and said. As for Lu Gaiyun and the others, Lin Ray did not even look at them from beginning to end, let alone say goodbye to them. Let's go. This time, there was no more trouble. Everyone left the Wan Bao Pavilion. However, Lin Ray's departure gave the people of the Wan Bao Pavilion a chance to breathe. The nameless sect has suffered a great loss this time. This time, Even the vice sect leader is dead. Yes, but I have never heard of this nameless sect. Now, a divine monarch expert has appeared. This is a bit interesting. TCH, so what? Isn't it just a divine monarch? Which sect doesn't have one? After Lin Ray left, the auction completely changed. It was no longer as silent as before. At this moment, there was nothing to do but talk. It was very lively. In response, the young man of the nameless sect stood to the side indifferently. He looked coldly at Hu Yi's body lying in front of him. There was not a trace of emotion in his calm eyes. So be it. Fortunately, I already know that the aura was released by that person just now, he thought to himself. Then, he turned around and ignored Hu Yi's body. He walked out of the auction house. In response, no one dared to stop him. It was not that they did not dare. It was just that they were not in the mood to stop him at this moment. Because of this matter, their good mood disappeared. They were even afraid that Lin Ray would turn around and kill them. Therefore, when the nameless sect leader spoke, the others all put their emotions on the table and left the auction house one by one. They even left this dead city. Regarding this matter, as the host, Lu Guiyun was extremely regretful. At the same time, he was extremely shocked, especially after seeing Lin Ray's display of strength. It was beyond his imagination. A hierarch was one of the top existences in the god world. He did not expect a young man to come to this dead city. In his impression, most hierarchs were the type who avoided the world and went into seclusion. But today, Lin Ray's actions had refreshed his impression. Hong Tower. Lin Ray and the others walked out of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. They did not speak along the way. Hong Yu and Lu Guiyun did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if they would die if they made a sound. Lin Ray knew about this situation, but he did not care. After all, it was not a big deal. At the entrance of Hong Tower, Lin Ray and the others finally arrived. The moment they stepped into Hong Tower, they were welcomed by an anxious young man. Is there news? The young man was none other than the person who had received them in Hong Tower. Yes, there's news. Seeing Lin Ray and the others, the young man glanced at Hong Yu and said, I just received news that the Xianming Valley in the north had discovered something similar to what you mentioned. But the details are still to be investigated. After all, it's too far away, but at this moment, Lin Ray had completely shut off the young man's words. Xianming Valley in the north? A look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. Even though his body was here, his heart had already flown to the Xianming Valley. Do you want to leave now? Ing asked as he sensed something. Hee, you know me well. Lin Ray laughed as Ing pointed out Xi and Zhongda's thoughts. Che, don't think I don't know you. Even though he said that, his face was filled with joy. Brother Lin. Oh no, Senior Lin, are you leaving now? Hong Yu heard everything clearly as Lin Ray and Hong Yu did not try to hide their conversation. Yes, I'm here for this piece of news. Since I've already gotten the news, it's time for us to leave. Then, 10 thumb-sized jade tablets appeared in his hand. He handed them to Hong Yu and said, These are sound transmission jade tablets. If you find any information about the space, you can use them to inform me. Of course, in order to provide me with information, you can come to me if you have any trouble. If you can't find the space, go to the other 8 continents outside the 9th region and look for the Xuanzong sect. When you arrive, tell them that Lin Ray asked them to send someone to solve your problem. Then, he looked to Hong Yu and continued, As long as you don't offend a saint, I believe they'll solve it for you. Thank you, Senior. Thousands of words were condensed into one sentence. With a grateful expression, he took the jade tablet and held it tightly in his hand. He had already buried the name of the Xuanzong sect deep in his heart. Yes, that's good. He looked outside and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and left Hong Lu with Yin and Yang, leaving the dead city. Sai, they're leaving. They stood at the entrance of Hong Lu and looked at the backs of Lin Ray and the others until they disappeared from their sight. Then, they looked away and calmed down. There's no other way. Senior Lin's cultivation is so low. It's impossible to draw him to our Hong Lu. Xiao Nye understood Hong Yu's thoughts and said bluntly, Besides, you didn't hear that in the other 8 continents outside the 9th region, He said that if Hong Lu is in danger, we can go to the Xuanzong Sect. He also said that as long as it's not a saint, everything can be solved. This you're saying. Suddenly, Hong Yu reacted. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. That's right. I suspect that the Xuanzong Sect that Senior Lin mentioned is most likely the sect he belongs to. Think about it. He's already an ultimate god at such a young age. How bad can a sect be? The two looked at each other and smiled. They knew that they made the right choice, and that was why they received such a generous reward. Northern region, Wushuan Mountain. Two people and a rabbit walked on a mountain road. It was a funny scene. Rabbit, did you say that the power of space you felt came from this direction? At that moment, the man asked the rabbit beside him. Nonsense. The rabbit rolled its eyes and said, You don't believe in my ability. Don't forget what my original form is. Even if other things can be wrong, I dare to guarantee that I won't be wrong about this. It's in this direction. Then, the rabbit walked on its own as if it was angry and ignored the two people behind it. Seeing the rabbit's behavior, the man was stunned. He looked helplessly at Nu Yi beside him and smiled bitterly. It seemed that she's angry. Yes, I think so too, but the woman smiled and said, It's very serious if we make the rabbit angry. What do you think we should do? At that moment, Ruo Lin could recognize that the man in front of him was his clone, Sakura. The woman and rabbit beside him must be the embodiment of the great path of slaughter, the W rabbit and Tianning. Looking at Tianning, Sakura pretended to think and said, Yes, I remember that I still have a blue whale eel in my storage ring. I wonder if, yes. Not waiting for the Sakura to finish speaking, the little white rabbit's footsteps suddenly stopped, and then she turned around and said eagerly, Chapter 9:36. So fragrant. In the mountain forest, there was a flat open space surrounded by tall and lush trees. In this open space, a bonfire was burning, and a piece of meat of an unknown species was hanging on it. The fragrance wafted in all directions. And the funny thing was that beside this bonfire, there was a little white rabbit. It was looking at the meat on the bonfire with a longing look. Its eyes were full of stars, as if it couldn't wait to eat it immediately. Rabbit, you're a slaughter source. Can you not be so gluttonous? Look at you now. You don't look like a slaughter source at all. You're just a glutton. Looking at the rabbit's appearance, Sakura was very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Without boasting, even he was drooling over the barbecue on the bonfire. After all, the raw material of this barbecue was a species that he had just discovered. He had never seen it before, let alone eaten it. And there wasn't a lot of this kind of meat. Now, the last piece on the bonfire was already there. If it wasn't for the rabbit, Sakura probably wouldn't have contributed it and would have secretly tasted it himself. What do you know? What is the best in the world? First of all, it is your own strength. With strength, you have the qualification to walk sideways. Secondly, it is delicious food. As the saying goes, only delicious food can't be let down. With that, the rabbit proudly glanced at Sakura. Then its gaze returned to the barbecue. So, in front of delicious food, everything can be thrown away. It reached out its hand toward the barbecue on the bonfire. It really couldn't bear it anymore. It was already very rare to be able to endure until now. With a crisp paw sound, the rabbit's hand that had just popped out suddenly felt pain. It quickly retracted its hand and turned its head to stare at Sakura with a look of disgust. It looked like it was saying that if you understand me, I will eat you. Don't move, it's not done yet. With that, it reached out and took out a rare treasure. Using its spiritual power, the rare treasure suddenly turned into powder and scattered on the barbecue. Let me tell you, before the barbecue is done, don't move, otherwise it won't be delicious. All right, don't be like this. Tianning couldn't bear to watch the two of them act like this, and hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Look at the two of you. One is a godly venerable expert, and the other is a great path origin. Can't you act like a true expert? Look at the difference between the two of you and a glutton. Ugh. Hearing this, Sakura stopped what he was doing, and his left hand stopped above the barbecue. As for Rabbit, She looked at the old man and her sister suspiciously. Both of them looked as though they had already confirmed it, which made Tianning blush. "W, what are you looking at? Am I wrong?" As she spoke, she moved her body away from the barbecued meat. However, anyone could tell that Tianning had moved closer to the barbecued meat. The two of them rolled their eyes and were speechless. Looking at Tianning's duplicity, Sakura smiled, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He cut off a small piece of roasted meat and handed it to Tianning. "Ah, it's done." Looking at the barbecued meat in front of her, Tianning didn't even think about it. She was all smiles and reached out to take it. Ha. When this scene appeared, whether it was Sakura or Heavenly Pivot Rabbit, both of them indulged in it without any consideration. As for Tianning, she didn't care about the two's laughter. At this moment, she was most concerned about whether the meat in her hand tasted good or not. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk in the distance, a blue light beam appeared and streaked across the sky. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. The direction of the light beam wasn't anywhere else but the forest where Sakura and the others were at. The appearance of the blue light beam in the distance attracted the attention of Sakura, who was roasting meat. As someone who was walking on the edge of death, if he stayed in a place for too long, he would involuntarily release his divine sense to ensure his safety and the situation around him. When the light beam broke into the range of his divine sense, Sakura immediately noticed it. He abruptly stood up, but then sat back down. Not for any other reason, but because that light beam was none other than the communication jade slip that he and Lin Rei had exchanged. Whoosh! When the sound of air breaking approached, Tianning noticed it and stopped eating. She turned her head and looked at the direction of the sound with vigilance. The Heavenly Pivot Rabbit also did the same. "No need to panic. There is no danger." Noticing Tianning and Tianning's actions, Sakura spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the direction of the sound. Finally, the blue light beam approached and was caught by Sakura. He injected his spirit force, and an afterimage appeared not far away. It was none other than Lin Rei, who was thousands of miles away. "Sakura, I've already left the Death City. The spatial information I obtained from the Red House is in the North region. It's called the Xianming Valley. I am now heading towards the North region with Ying and Tianning." As he spoke, Lin Rei glanced at Tianning and Tianning. Looking at them, Lin Rei said, "I think the two of you were created by the Slaughter Dao origin. You don't have to speak. This is just a message left by the original body's afterimage." As if he knew that Tianning and Tianning were going to speak, Lin Rei left this message in advance. Tianning and Tianning didn't speak. Lin Rei continued, "Many thanks to the two of you for helping me find the space origin. This sovereign will definitely repay this kindness. You can ask for anything you want. As long as this sovereign can do it, I won't hesitate even if it means killing you." As soon as he finished speaking, the afterimage suddenly shattered. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, a thumb-sized jade slip lay quietly in Sakura's hand. It didn't have the light from before. It seems that this sovereign is anxious. Looking at the jade slip in his hand, Sakura smiled bitterly. He understood the importance of the space origin to this sovereign. He also knew what was involved in it. He couldn't be careless or sloppy about it, because this was not only related to this sovereign's life. If something happened to this sovereign, then he wouldn't have an easy time. No matter what the reason was, he wouldn't hesitate to do his best. That was Lin Rei just now, which is also your sovereign. Tianning put down the barbecued meat in her hand and looked at Sakura with deep affection. Yes, this guy actually dares to call himself this sovereign in front of this sovereign. Isn't he a little too bold? Hee. Looking at the two of them, Sakura smiled and said, "You two don't understand me. He is the kind of person who can often create miracles. Although he himself always seems to keep people 1,000 miles away from him, his ability is very powerful." As he spoke, he looked at the Dubby Rabbit and said, "Even if your way of the Matrix is so powerful, if the person trapped in the Butterfly Valley was me, I probably wouldn't have been trapped for a few days. I would have been able to break through it in a matter of minutes." Looking at Sakura, The two of them didn't expect him to give his sovereign such a high evaluation, especially when Dubby Rabbit heard that Lin Ray could break his array Dao in minutes. Regarding this, Dubby Rabbit was very disdainful. He didn't believe that Lin Ray could do this. As for Sakura's words, he wouldn't accept them all. After all, without seeing it with his own eyes, who knew if it was true or not? In short, when you meet up with this sovereign, you will understand what I said just now. I only know how to talk about children and not be arrogant. Smiling at the two of them, he then held the jade slip tightly and injected his spiritual energy into it. He transmitted what he wanted to say and his current location into the jade slip. Go. The moment he transmitted what he wanted to say into the jade slip, he raised his hand and threw the jade slip out. With a whoosh, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. What should we do next? Seeing that Sakura was done, Dubby Rabbit asked with a serious face. That's right. Now that your true body is here, if you find the space origin, I'm afraid you'll have a tough battle ahead of you. You should know that the space origin is extremely powerful. Even I'm so weak in front of it. Sigh. I'm afraid we can only wait for Lin Ray to come for this matter. He understood Tian Ning and Tian Ning's worries. However, when it came to the spatial origin, even if he was Lin Ray's clone, it was impossible to persuade him to give up. Moreover, he wouldn't just sit there like this. Lin Ray wasn't the only one who yearned for the pinnacle of Tao. Sakura, also had this thought. Perhaps it was because he was influenced by Lin Ray's yearning. The scene became solemn. Sakura, who noticed this, quickly shook his head and threw all the bad things to the back of his mind. The solemn expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a full smile. Today, let's not talk about those unhappy things. Let's talk about the happy things. What's the matter? Hearing Sakura's words, Dubby Rabbit and Tian Ning were stunned and doubts emerged. Of course, have you forgotten what the sovereign said just now? In order to repay you, he said he will try his best to fulfill your request. So, your request is? Looking at Sakura's excited look, the two were speechless. They thought Lin Ray was joking, but seeing Sakura acting like this, Tian Ning and Dubby Rabbit were indeed somewhat surprised. It's fine. Hurry up and say it. It's a waste not to take Lin Ray's things. Moreover, the things he gave us are all good stuff. Even I can't compare to them. Achoo. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly sneezed. He was very puzzled. For an existence of his realm, it was impossible for an ordinary illness to happen to them. But just now, could it be that someone is missing me? Although he was puzzled, he didn't linger on this matter and immediately sped up. If Linley knew that the reason why he sneezed just now was because Sakura wanted to trick him, then one could imagine the scene that would unfold. Husband, we've been flying for so long. Shouldn't we stop and take a rest? The road ahead is still long. At the side, Ing looked at her husband worriedly and said, There's a village not far ahead. What do you think? After that, she looked at Bing and signaled for her to speak. As for Ying's intention, Bing naturally understood. Yes, husband. Those two pitiful big eyes made Lin Ray's heart tremble. He nodded helplessly and agreed. Okay. We'll go wherever you want to go. Great. After getting Lin Ray's agreement, the two women were excited. They sped up and disappeared before Lin Ray's eyes. Helplessly shaking his head, he sped up and chased after them. In the distance, a village appeared in front of Lin Ray and the other two. However, when they saw the embryonic village not far ahead, Lin Ray frowned and couldn't help but stop. What's wrong? Seeing that their husband stopped, the two women naturally stopped as well. However, they didn't understand why when they approached, but is there a smell of blood? Understanding the doubts of the two women, Lin Ray said. Then he released his divine sense and instantly scanned the entire village. However, Lin Ray's face became uglier and uglier. How is it? Is there any difference? Looking at their husband's current appearance, the two women's hearts tightened. A bad premonition surged in their hearts. In their understanding, whenever Lin Ray showed such an expression, something bad must have happened. Sure enough, Lin Ray opened his mouth at the next moment. There are no survivors in the village ahead. Looking at the traces, it should have been destroyed not long ago. The bloodstains haven't dried yet. What? Hearing this news, the two women's bodies shook violently. Their minds went blank and they staggered. They almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, Lin Ray was quick enough to support them. How could it be? Who is so cruel that they didn't even let ordinary people go and destroyed the village? How much hatred do they have to be so ruthless? That's right. Who is it? Looking at the huge village in front of them, the two women couldn't tell. In their opinion, although they weren't good people, at least they weren't bad people. They wouldn't do such a heartless thing. Attacking ordinary people was a big taboo in the cultivation world, not to mention destroying a village. Looking at the two women, Lin Ray sighed. This matter isn't up to you two. Since they were destroyed, it means that they were destined to face this calamity. It's unavoidable. Saying that, in order to not let this matter affect the mood of the two women, he quickly changed the topic. All right, as the saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, don't worry about it. Since we can't stay here, husband, why don't we see what exactly is going on here? That's right, husband. Since we encountered this matter, it means that we are fated to meet this matter. Since we are fated and we have such strength, at most, it will just take some time. What do you think, Lin Ray? He wanted to refuse, but looking at the two women's pleading faces, the thread in his heart was touched. He suddenly softened and nodded in agreement. I really don't know what to do with you two. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. The two women understood that since Lin Ray said so, it meant that he had agreed to this matter. Moreover, he would find the culprit who destroyed the village and let them get the retribution they deserved. Sigh. Lin Ray didn't respond to the two women's gratitude. He turned around and looked at the mountain village in front of him. Without holding back, his divine sense spread out in all directions with the village as the center. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles appeared in Lin Ray's mind. Chapter 9:37. While investigating the surrounding situation, Lin Ray used a small tracking spell. But strangely, no matter how Lin Ray searched, he couldn't find any trace of the people who destroyed this village. Even within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, he couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Could it be that they ran far away? He muttered to himself. Then, he increased the range of his divine sense. His divine sense broke through to a new height again. No, the bloodstains have dried up. Those people must not have gone far, but on the side, feeling her husband's anxious mood, she frowned and her face turned ugly. She understood that if even Lin Ray couldn't find them, those ordinary people in the village would have died in vain. Husband, it's okay. I can find them. Don't worry. In order not to disappoint his wife, Lin Ray decided that he must catch those beasts to win a smile from his wife. Although he had made up his mind, there was no progress on the surface. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Oof, bastard, where are you hiding? A tyrannical aura surged in his heart. Evil chi gushed out in an instant. He couldn't understand. With his divine sense and strength, it shouldn't be difficult to track those people who had just escaped. But now, no, could it be? Suddenly, Lin Ray's face changed dramatically. He seemed to have thought of a possibility. Then, he retracted all his divine sense and looked at the ground. A flash of light appeared. If there is no one in the sky or on the road, then underground. Thinking, his divine sense moved and instantly drilled into the ground. In fact, he really had no other choice. After all, there was no one in the sky or on the ground. The only way to escape was to go underground. This was what he could think of as the ninth disciple. It was also the place that he didn't explore. However, in the next moment, Lin Ray, who was still frowning with a bitter expression, didn't relax for a moment. The bitter expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a comfortable smile. Humph. If I had known that you would escape from underground, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. At this moment, in Lin Ray's mind, a group of people were crawling under the ground at an amazing speed like ants. At this moment, Lin Ray was 100% sure that those villagers were killed by them. because there was a faint red light flashing on their bodies. Generally, it would only appear when or after killing people. Lin Ray was sure of this. Tracking them with divine sense, Lin Ray retracted his gaze and smiled at his wife. "Let's go, I found them. Let's go." Blur instantly charged out, transforming into a streak of light as he spoke, heading in the direction Linley had pointed. "Oh, wait for us." Seeing his wife so anxious, Linley smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed ice. In a flash, he chased after Obscurus. The three of them were so fast that in the blink of an eye, they arrived above the people who were supposed to be underground. However, Lin Ray didn't plan to attack them now. Previously, Lin Ray saw that they were very fast and very orderly. What surprised Lin Ray even more was that their cultivation methods were all of the earth element, and their spiritual roots were also of the earth element. Therefore, Lin Ray was sure that they must have a powerful force behind them, and that force was not small. Looking at them, Lin Ray even guessed that they were from a sect. If they were ordinary thieves, it would be impossible for them to be so orderly. So, "Husband, let's do it." Ing couldn't help but say, "No, now is not the time," Lin Ray said firmly. He also understood Ying's doubts, so he immediately explained his idea to her. After a few minutes, Ing, who understood the seriousness of the matter, nodded her head repeatedly. Her expression was full of admiration for Lin Ray. "Well, since my husband has arranged it this way, I will follow your arrangement." After saying that, Ing was no longer as irritable as before. She just followed him quietly. However, at this moment, a group of people was quickly moving underground. There were probably more than 30 cultivators, and each of them was wearing the same clothes. They were earth-colored, and the aura on their bodies was quite compatible with the earth. In the face of such a group, if one was careless, they would probably pass by this group of people. "Third Master, don't you think we have gone too far this time? After all, that is a village with tens of thousands of people. Will the First Master punish us?" "Yes. Third Master, this is the life of tens of thousands of people. If the First Master knows that we have killed so many people, we will lose our heads. Moreover, that village has always been paying tribute to our stronghold." At this moment, behind the middle-aged man in the lead, three people took turns talking. Judging from their appearance and clothes, their status in the stronghold was not low. It could even be said that they were quite high. The one in the lead was naturally the Third Master that the three of them were talking about. However, his appearance was a little scary. Everything else was fine. The Third Master, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Then, the people behind him did the same. Some of them did not stop in time and directly crashed into their companions. However, no one dared to be negligent. After all, the one who stopped the least was their leader. The Third Master turned around and looked at the three people in front of him with a helpless expression. "I say, can you guys stop nagging like an old lady? Didn't we just destroy a village? Is there a need to make a fuss? Is there a need to let Big Brother know?" But, hearing the Third Master's words, one of the three people retorted, "But what about the annual tribute? Tens of thousands of people pay tribute. This is not a small amount. If the First Master investigates, then the consequences—" "That's right, Third Master. The First Master said that they are the parents of our livelihood. Ever since the First Master subdued Fang Yuan, he has never touched ordinary people." Enough, stop talking." Seeing that he could not out-talk them, the Third Master directly roared, "This matter has already come to this. Then we will deal with it according to the current situation. As for the tribute issue, we will talk about it when the time comes. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Even if we can't stop it and Big Brother finds out, I will take care of it. I believe Big Brother will not do anything to me." After saying that, he cast a reassuring look to the people behind him, then turned around and continued moving forward. You're still talking about loyalty." In the air, Linley, who had been watching them this entire time, laughed inwardly when he heard the Third Master's words. He didn't think that such a vicious person would actually say such words. But even so, Lin Ray had not seen the Third Master's killing intent at all. On the contrary, it had increased a lot. just based on the third master's words. So what if he killed him? Silently, they followed the third manager's group as they charged into the depths of the northern region. As time passed, the third manager's group moved faster and faster, and they only came to a stop when they had covered a distance of 60,000 kilometers. Shuehan Stockade. At this moment, seeing the third master and his people stop, Lin Rei took yin and yang to a hiding place and spread out his divine sense. In front of them, not far from Lin Rei, a large stockade appeared in Lin Rei's divine sense. Above the gate of the stockade, 3 big words were engraved on it. Looking at those 3 words, Linley was certain that those 3 large red words had definitely been written with blood. Only, he didn't know what sort of method had been used to keep them so fresh and bright, and the smell of blood hadn't spread out at all. It's getting more and more interesting. With such methods, such a large stockade, and such a strict system, it's not an exaggeration to say that this is a sect. That's right. It was a school. Linley had thoroughly investigated this stronghold, both inside and out. There were strict rules and regulations within it. To put it bluntly, this was a school. In fact, it was even more perfect than most schools. The only difference was that the cultivators in this stockade had very low cultivation. The strongest cultivator that Lin Rei could perceive was only at the late stage of Divine Monarch Realm. As for the third master who had been following them, his cultivation was only at the early stage of Divine Ancestor Realm, and he had just broken through. How is it, husband? Is this their lair? Sensing that Lin Rei had withdrawn his divine sense, Ing could not wait to ask. Yes, is this really their lair? If it is, let's hurry up and kill our way in. Bing on the side echoed. Looking at the 2 women beside him, Lin Rei slapped his forehead and shook his head helplessly. You 2, can you not be so anxious? They're right here. They can't run away. What's more, with your cultivation, do you think they can escape? Hearing Lin Rei's question, Ing and Bing looked at each other and then quieted down. Sigh. Looking at them, Lin Rei sighed. In a while, you 2 stay here. I'll go in and take a look. If there's no danger, I'll inform you. Okay? We want to go in too. Yes, we want to go in too. You just said that with our strength, they can't find us, okay? Bing begged. She stared at Linley with her large, watery eyes. But at this moment, Linley turned around and refused to look at her. In a firm voice, he said, "This matter is non-negotiable." Okay, this matter is settled. I'll go in and take a look. When there's no danger, you 2 can go in. With that, he did not stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the previous scene would happen again. Whoosh, with a small invisibility spell, he disappeared in an instant. Then, a strong wind swept through the 2 women's hair. It seems that our husband has left, Ing said in disappointment. Yes, a touch of disappointment appeared. Bing found a clean stone and sat down. At this moment, in the deepest hall of the village, the 3rd leader who had just returned was standing in the middle of the hall. A smile appeared on his face. He looked up at the middle-aged man who was sitting at the top. Big brother, this time I'm exhausted. Do you want me to go down and rest first? When I'm done, I'll come back, Bang. Without waiting for the 3rd leader to finish his words, the middle-aged man reached out and slammed the table beside him. Suddenly, the table was torn into pieces and scattered on the ground. Bastard, tell me what you've done, huh? A roar followed. It could be heard that the man was really angry. Big brother, what about you? Do you know that those ordinary people are people who worship us like gods? Moreover, they are people who give us tributes. You actually wiped out the entire village. Do you know that cultivators are not allowed to kill ordinary people? If you do that, we will be ostracized and hunted down by all the cultivators in the divine realm. Why did you do that? That's right, second brother. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was sitting at the bottom stood up and asked in puzzlement, "Did those people offend you? Or did they do something disrespectful to you? Why did you kill them?" You. Hearing the words of the person next to him, the 3rd leader's face turned gloomy. He turned his head to look at the man sitting at the top and said, "Big brother, it happened naturally." It's useless to say anything more. Just say it. How do you want to punish me? Are you trying to anger me to death? Seeing the third leader's reaction, the middle-aged man became anxious. Third brother, how can you anger your big brother like this? Do you know what kind of consequences your recklessness will bring to the village? If this matter is spread to other villages, what will they do? Will they invite people from the sect to deal with us? At this moment, the third leader was silent. He understood the seriousness of the matter, but it had already happened. Even if he tried to make up for it, it would be useless. Sigh. Looking at his two younger brothers, the middle-aged man felt powerless. All right, let's leave it at that. As for third brother, you broke the rules because of the destruction of the village. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since you broke the rules, you must accept the punishment. Big brother, hearing the word punishment, the third leader's face changed greatly. He knew what the rules were. Everyone in the village knew how terrifying the punishment was. It was also because of the existence of the punishment that the people in the village were so well behaved. Say no more. He waved his hand to reject the third leader's plea. Since you broke the rules, you must abide by them. As the third leader of the village, you must set an example. So, the man sitting at the top abruptly raised his head to look at the entrance. His face became very serious. I wonder which fellow Taoist has come to this village head's territory without saying hello. Isn't that a bit impolite? Suddenly, the man's tone changed, causing the two people below to be puzzled. Not coming out? After a few minutes, there was still no one coming out. At this moment, the man sneered and continued, All right, since fellow Taoist doesn't want to show yourself, I can only personally invite you out. After saying that, the man's figure moved to the entrance of a dense forest outside the door. Looking into the dense forest, he coldly shouted, Still not coming out? Could it be that you really want me to take action? At this moment, in the dense forest, seeing the middle-aged man appear, Lin Ray was very shocked. Others might not know, but he knew very well that his concealment ability was very good. Ordinary people would not be able to discover him, but at this moment, Chapter 9:38. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, a fire appeared, and a disaster appeared in the sky above the forest. The fire was so big that it made people speechless. My God, Big Brother's mysterious fire force has been cultivated to such a level. It seems that it is impossible to surpass him in this lifetime. Yes, Big Brother's mysterious fire force is very powerful, especially when he can turn his body into a sea of blood. We can't compete with him just because of this. What's more, the second leader said with envy in his eyes, with the power of Big Brother's flame, even you and I will be turned into ashes in an instant. Subconsciously, the two couldn't help but imagine. As a result, they quickly abandoned the terrible fantasy. TSK, this flame is not bad. At this moment, Lin Ray's thoughts were completely different from the third leader's. There was no trace of fear in his heart, only shock. This cultivation method is a bit unique, and this flame is very powerful. If I can refine and use it properly, or add a kind of heavenly flame, then, thinking about it, Lin Ray revealed a touch of desire on his face. If the first leader saw his face at this moment, he would be vigilant and retreat. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, then don't blame me. The middle-aged man said again. Alas, idiot, why are there so many idiots today? Looking through the gaps between the trees and looking at the middle-aged man outside, his heart was in turmoil. 1, staring at the depths of the forest, he wanted to see if the man could really resist to the end. 2, he blurted out 2 numbers, but there was still no sound in the forest. Not to mention a figure. Even a beast or a bird did not appear. 3. Huff, huff. After counting to 3, the man did not hesitate. Under his control, the sea of fire covering the forest slowly approached the forest. The friction between the heat wave and the air made a whistling sound. Hey, I'd like to see who could come to our Blood Soul stockade without us noticing. Even the 2 of us didn't notice. TSK, with your little cultivation, you still have the nerve to say that? Looking at the third leader's words, the second leader showed disdain. You look. The third boss still wanted to say something, but the second boss hurriedly reminded him the moment the word you left his mouth. At this moment, both of their gazes were focused on the dense forest. Looking at the raging sea of fire covering the dense forest, the scene was extremely fiery. Oomph. Let's see if you'll still be alive. Sigh at the trouble my blood soul citadel has caused. Looking at the raging sea of fire, the third head secretly rejoiced. Boom! However, just when the three of them thought that the person in the dense forest was about to turn into ashes, a monstrous heat wave instantly surged out of the dense forest. The heat wave was so strong that it caused the first head to be stunned. A dignified and horrified expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? This heat wave. After personally experiencing the heat wave, he understood that the flames created by his profound fire strength were like ants in front of an elephant in front of the heat wave just now. Fear was indescribable and uncontrollable. It surged from his heart and spread throughout his entire body. Pa. Very good. This flame is already not much different from an ordinary heavenly flame. An emotionless voice came from the depths of the dense forest. This voice was like a demon's voice. When everyone heard it, it spread in their hearts and did not disappear. How is this possible? Regardless of whether it was the first head or the other two, at this moment, their hearts were extremely shaken. They were incomparably terrified. They really could not understand how the person in the dense forest was still alive. Moreover, his voice was full of energy and did not sound like he was injured at all. Boom! Suddenly, the sea of fire shook. A blood-colored flame appeared in the middle of the sea of fire. In the middle of this blood-colored flame was a figure. Because there were two layers of flames, the first head and the others could not see the appearance of the figure in the flames. You're very good. I'm a little interested in your cultivation method. Give it to me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, just based on your impolite actions just now, I can kill you and exterminate all the people and beasts in your citadel that can still breathe. The blood-colored flame jumped out of the sea of fire. The moment the figure who released the blood-colored flame stepped out of the sea of fire, the blood-colored flame around him disappeared and Lin Rei's figure appeared in front of everyone. He glanced at the first head, and then his gaze landed on the third head. Looking at him, a murderous aura emerged. With a cold tone, he said, "Tell me, how do you want to die? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death." Me? Seeing the mysterious person who appeared pointing at him and saying such words, the third head was stunned. At the same time, he was very confused. He did not remember offending such an existence. On the side, the second head saw Lin Rei pointing at his third brother. He turned around to look at him and scolded, "Third brother, what did you do to make such an expert personally come to find you?" "That's right, third brother." The first head said, "Hurry up and tell us. If there's any misunderstanding, we have to resolve it quickly." Otherwise, hearing his two brothers say such words, the third head was even more confused. He really did not remember offending such an existence. He raised his head and looked at Lin Rei. This junior really does not understand what you mean. Even if you want me to die, you have to let this junior be a ghost that understands. You came to find me without any reason. This junior really feels wronged. That's right, fellow Taoist. Do you think there's some misunderstanding? If there really is, then I'll be the host today to apologize to you. How about it? The first head quickly agreed. He had always cared for the third head, his youngest brother, very much. He did not want his brother to lose his life because of something that did not matter to him. Misunderstanding. Seeing the three of them talking one after another, he did not feel touched. However, compared to the scene of the village being destroyed, this feeling was nothing. Yes, misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. Looking at the three of them, Lin Rei was very determined. I followed your third brother all the way here. Do you think there's a misunderstanding? What you? Hearing this, the third head and the other two were shocked. They really did not expect it to be like this. Don't be so surprised. If you saw what your third brother did, then you wouldn't say that. It's just like the decision you made before. It's just that your decision was too light for those people who died. And the only thing that can make up for it is his life and the lives of all the people in that village. Only their lives can make up for those people. After saying that, Lin Ray's eyes became colder and colder. The surrounding temperature began to slowly drop because of Lin Ray's anger. The lives of tens of thousands of ordinary people were killed by your third brother, just like that. In the cultivation world, there's already a rule that cultivators are not allowed to kill ordinary people. However, your third brother did it. Moreover, he did it very thoroughly, so his life, none of you should even think about keeping it. He moved. Lin Ray took a step forward and walked towards the third head. His speed was not very fast. However, every step he took left a mark in everyone's heart. It was like a sledgehammer that heavily pounded on their hearts. At this moment, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the three of them were suddenly enlightened. At the same time, two of them looked at their third brother with a complaining gaze. They did not expect that this matter would be targeted by such an expert. Moreover, the expert even followed them to their own cave. The third head was even more vexed. He did not expect that his whereabouts would be tracked. If he knew it would be like this, he would not have come back even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The people were killed, the village was destroyed, and the expert had come. Everything had a cause and effect. Tindo's reincarnation was finally over. No, I still don't want to die. No, I don't. I don't want to die. Seeing that death was slowly approaching, the third head went crazy. He turned his head and looked at his elder brother. Plop! The third head directly kneeled down. He sobbed and begged the first head, Big brother, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't you love me the most? You help me. Help me, please, big brother. Looking at his third brother, the second head at the side, could not stand it anymore. At this point, he understood that there was no possibility of turning the situation around, especially after seeing Lin Ray's determined expression. Looking at the third head, the second head said powerlessly, Third brother, there is no possibility of turning the situation around. Although those people you killed were only ordinary people, they were also living in the great Tao, living in the reincarnation cycle. Everything is determined. Karma is reincarnation. Now that you have killed them, that is the cause. And the death you are about to face is the effect. The cycle of karma, the beginning and end of reincarnation, cannot be changed. Hearing his second brother's words, the first head was stunned. He originally wanted to attack, but he stopped. Yes, ordinary people are also living in the great Tao. Saying that, the first head looked at his third brother and said, Third brother, a man should take responsibility for his own actions. Although I really want to save you, tens of thousands of people is not a small number. Moreover, saying that, his eyes fell on Lin Ray. He said, I can't defeat this person. I can feel that even if my master comes personally, he might not be able to defeat him. So, accept your fate. Boom. Hearing those two words, the third head's body trembled. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. His mind was blank. His eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly ahead. Seeing the arrival of death, he understood the feeling of death. Your two brothers are not bad. They understand the cycle of karma and the cycle of karma. Not bad. If the world is filled with people like them, will the law of survival in this world be different? Coming to the third head's side, he shook his head. He understood that his idea was simply a fool's dream. The weak were prey to the strong, and the survival of the fittest. This law was formed when the sky was opened. It cannot be changed. Die. Lin Ray's eyes flashed with killing intent. The illusory spirit blood fire rushed out of his body. Saying that, Lin Ray's palm came to the third head's body. The moment the illusory spirit blood fire touched the third head's body, it was like a maggot in his bones. It started from his skin, then his meridians, and finally his Dan Palace and Spirit Sea. Whether it was his soul or his Dan Palace, the moment it was touched by the illusory spirit blood fire, it was as if the flame had found a place to ignite. A hysterical scream came out of the third head's mouth. At this moment, he was rolling on the ground because of the pain. From inside to outside, there was no place that the illusory spirit bloodfire did not go to. Senior, aren't you going too far? If you want my third brother to live, you could just kill him. But that's right. Senior, please reconsider. Even if my third brother did something wrong in the past, he has already learned his lesson. Can you make him suffer less? My third brother has always been protected by me and my eldest brother since he was young. He has never suffered much, so, hearing this, Lin Ray looked at the two of them. His expression was touched. He saw the definition of brothers in their eyes. Brothers. This word had not appeared in Lin Ray's heart for a long time. His brother was still in the Xuanzong sect. Brother. After muttering to himself, he came back to his senses. Looking at the two of them, he nodded in agreement. All right, since you two are so close, I will fulfill your request. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. Seeing that Lin Ray had agreed, the two of them were excited. Seeing their brother in such pain, they also felt guilty. After all, this was not what they wanted to see. But there was nothing they could do. Their brother was in the wrong. Seeing that your two elder brothers are quite sensible, I will give you a quick death. Looking at the flaming man on the ground, Linley murmured to himself, then stretched out his hand and pressed it against the third master's forehead. A wild surge of energy entered his body, instantly wiping out all of the third master's life force. In an instant, the third head, who was still struggling because of the pain, fell into silence. Thank you. Seeing that his third brother was no longer in pain, the first head expressed his thanks. Then he went to the third head and squatted down to tidy up his body. It was strange that although the third head's body had been burned from the inside out by the illusory spirit bloodfire, his face was not injured at all. Even his face was ruddy. If someone did not know him, they would definitely think that he was sleeping. This matter is over. As for the disciples who followed him, I will leave them to you. I don't like people lying to me, so you don't do anything stupid. Hearing this, the first head did not look back. He said in a low voice, Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. After all, my third brother is gone. It is too unfair for them to stay here. Moreover, I don't want people like them to stay in my blood soul stockade. So, I promise you. Well, that's good. Seeing that the first head was so straightforward, Lin Ray was also happy to be free. Big brother, third brother. At this time, the first head saw that Lin Ray did not intend to leave, so he asked through voice transmission. Although third brother did something wrong, he is still our brother. Since his matter is over, there is a new matter. As his elder brothers, how can we not avenge our brother's death? Chapter 9, 39. I was still wondering when bandits would be so reasonable. Even when their own brothers were killed, they were still indifferent. Now, it seems that I was wrong. Looking at the first master, who was crouching on the ground and holding his dead brother, Lin Ray sensed a murderous aura. He understood that this fellow was about to make a move. However, he could not figure out why he had to wait until after he killed his brother. Under normal circumstances, as an older brother, he would not allow others to harm his younger brother. However, at this moment, it was the complete opposite. As the saying went, there must be a demon behind the abnormality. Lin Ray vaguely felt that he had been tricked. Inexplicably, a cold laughter rang out in his mind. Hearing this voice, Lin Ray looked up at the first master, who was crying with his head lowered. He was familiar with this voice. Wasn't it the first master who did not make a move earlier, but said that he would take revenge later? Looking at him, Linley probed, Speak. If you send a mental message, no one else will be able to hear it. I really want to know why you're acting like this. Logically speaking, shouldn't you have attacked before I even started killing? This is what most brothers would do. However, you're not like this. I really want to know, if you really want your third brother to die, why don't you do it yourself? Don't you think it's troublesome to kill him with a borrowed knife? It's not troublesome. Of course, it's not troublesome. As soon as Linley finished speaking, the first master hurriedly said, Third bro only knows how to cause trouble. But so what? He has a powerful ancestor. No matter how much trouble he causes, there will always be someone to support him. What about me? As he spoke, his tone changed, becoming fierce and ferocious. As for me, no matter how great my talent is, so what? Without a powerful ancestor, at most, I'll be looked up to here, but I won't be fully respected by the Tao. Hearing the first master's words, Linley began to understand what he meant. But that wasn't right either. He could tell that the first master's talent was quite good, and that he would be able to get the respect he wanted anywhere he went. But it's weird, isn't it? Perhaps the first master understood Lin Rei's doubts, so he quickly said, "Actually, this is very easy to understand. Although the outside world can indeed give me the respect I want, there are no Blood Soul Sect ruins outside." Blood Soul Sect? Lin Rei was very puzzled by this name. Lin Rei had never heard of this sect in the divine world. Even in the libraries of the few great sects, this name did not exist. However, for someone like the First Elder to covet him and disregard the opinions of others, it was easy to imagine how valuable he was. The Blood Soul Sect had existed for who knew how many years. In fact, perhaps the entire God Realm didn't even remember it. However, it had indeed existed. Moreover, its glory had only informed the God Realm. The Celestial Realm and the entire mortal realm had been ruled by it. When the Blood Soul Sect was at its peak, it was extremely powerful. Although it had been defeated and destroyed, the treasures it had left behind were innumerable. Any one of those treasures would be enough to win, especially when there was the inheritance of the Blood Soul Sect. If one could comprehend this kind of technique, not to mention other sects, even the master of the Celestial Realm would not be able to compete with it. The more the first master spoke, the more excited he became. Perhaps the Blood Soul Sect was too attractive, so much so that he had forgotten the existence of the second master beside him. "Big brother, you..." Looking at such a repulsive big brother, the second master took a step back. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. This was the first time he had seen such a first master. The impression he had of the first master was that he was gentle and kind. But now, the person in front of him right now was completely different from the person in his mind. He was simply a negative example of the perfect big brother in his mind. "It's fine, second brother. That person killed third brother. Go and ask the old ancestor for help. If he knows about third brother's death, he will definitely come out to help. While you're away, I'll do my best to stop him and delay him until the ancestor arrives. Do you hear me?" He didn't want to linger on the second head's words, so he quickly changed the topic. It had to be said that the first master's ability to change the topic was very strong. The second master, who was still afraid, was stunned. Then he nodded his head and said, "I understand, big brother. Is it really okay for you to stay here alone? Why don't I go quickly? Otherwise, it will be too late." Without waiting for the second master to finish his words, the first master directly reached out and grabbed the second master's wrist. Then, the second master's figure suddenly disappeared into the horizon. However, Lin Rei did not stop the first master's action. It was not because he was arrogant, but because there was really no need to do so. Looking at the first master's action, Lin Rei lightly opened his red lips and said, "Are you done? If you are, then do it. I really want to see what kind of capital you have. As for the ruins of the Blood Soul Sect, I am interested, so you can withdraw." Finishing his words, the primal Chaos Dragon spear appeared in his hand. Waves of dragon roars that shook the firmament continuously surged out from the spear. The sound was so loud that it made people feel suffocated. "Ah, your words are quite big, but do you think you have a chance?" Saying that, the first master acted. A long saber appeared in his hand. He raised it and pointed it at Lin Rei, saying with disdain, "Do you think you could do anything to me just because you killed the trash third brother? Do you really think I used all my strength just now? Ridiculous." AI. Looking at the first master, Lin Rei disdainfully shook his head. He did not want to explain too much to this kind of person. But seeing how stupid he was, Lin Rei could not bear it, and finally said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Is it because of your identity as the first master of the Blood Soul Stronghold? Or is it because of your middle stage God-Emperor cultivation? Oh, or is it because of that old ancestor whom you asked that foolish brat to invite? You. How did you know that I... Looking at Lin Ray, the first master widened his eyes. He had a startled expression. He did not tell anyone about his identity as a middle-stage god emperor. Even that old ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation for many years did not know about it. But, short-sighted, Lin Ray did not reply to the first master's question. Instead, he said to himself, "Yes, your talent is not bad, but with your short-sighted character, you are destined to stop here." So, finishing his words, he did not give the first master a chance to speak. With a flash, he appeared in front of the first master with the primal chaos dragon spear. He sneered, "With this little strength, it's good that you remember to stop me. TSK, you are so formidable." Pong! A muffled sound followed by the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. One could see a black figure flying out rapidly. Pooh! A lump of blood fog appeared in the air, followed by a painful cry. Pooh Tong! The black figure landed on the ground. He rolled on the ground for a long time before stopping with difficulty. The black figure was none other than the first master. It's just that at this moment, the first master's appearance was different from before. As it turned out, in the instant that Linley had arrived in front of the first master, he had thrown out his primal chaos dragon spear. The handle of the spear had smashed against the first master's body, causing the first master's body to fly backwards uncontrollably. It was precisely because of this that the current scene happened. "Ah, you are really weak." Looking at the first master who was lying on the ground and struggling to get up, Lin Ray said with disdain, "This is the strength that you want to rely on. In my eyes, you are nothing." Saying that, he appeared in front of the first master with a flash. Extending his hand, a suction force appeared, sucking the first master who was lying on the ground like a dead dog into his palm. Kill then. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing what is good for you. Originally, you could have had a relatively good life, but you did not know how to cherish it. You even want to die and want to kill me. I hope that there are many people like you, but those people were strangled in the cradle by me before they could kill me. I don't like the feeling of people staring at me and wanting to kill me, especially people like you who have a deep heart. Next time, you must be reincarnated into a good body. Don't think about having a deep heart like this for the rest of your life." Saying that, without giving the first master a chance to speak, he raised his hand and slapped the top of the first master's head with a destructive force. Sigh, was it going to be like this? Looking at Lin Ray, the first master regretted. He regretted making a move. He regretted having a murderous intent towards him. It was too late to say anything. Feeling that death was getting closer and closer to him, the first master finally chose to close his eyes and not look anymore. Just like that, he closed his eyes and waited for death to come. But who knew that when Lin Ray's palm was only a hand away from the first master's head, a tyrannical voice resounded in the air chat. Even Lin Ray was a little surprised. "How dare you?" He turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw two black figures rushing towards him from the sky. Is that the great ancestor that this guy was talking about? Looking at the two figures, one of them was the second master who was thrown out by the first master. This person's strength is very strong. Furthermore, the roar just now was mixed with a sound wave type cultivation technique. Lin Ray could not help but be vigilant towards the person who appeared. From the roar, just now, he could feel that the person's strength was very strong. Although his cultivation level was only at the intermediate ultimate god realm, his combat strength was not lower than the complete ultimate god realm. That was also the reason why Lin Ray was vigilant. Great, the great ancestor is here. Looks like I'm not going to die yet. Hearing Lin Ray's soft voice, the first master opened his eyes. When he saw the person who came, the fire of hope reignited in his eyes. He always felt that as long as the great ancestor was here, he would not die yet. However, he did not know that the more he thought about it, the more Lin Ray wanted to kill him. As he said, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Especially for a person who had the intention to kill. So, how dare you? You shouldn't have said that to me, because the more you act like this, the faster I will kill him. So die. As he said that, he used the soul-searching technique to investigate all the information about the Blood Soul Sect's ruins in the first master's mind. Then, the illusory spirit blood fire rushed out and spread to the first master's body. A blood-curdling scream was heard, but it only lasted for a moment, and then there was no more sound. As for the first master, he was being carried by Lin Ray. His face was pale, and his eyes were staring blankly ahead. In the distance, the two people came to Lin Ray. However, they were furious when they noticed that the person in Lin Ray's hand was dead. "Bastard, who are you? Why did you come to my blood soul stronghold and kill people so wantonly?" The old man who came with the second master was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, he was already so old. If he did not understand the situation and rashly made a move, he would have died many times. "Old ancestor, he killed big brother and third brother." At the side, when the second head saw that the person he invited did not take action and instead asked about the whole story, he immediately panicked when he recalled that he and the first head did not save the third head when he was about to die. If this matter was revealed by Lin Ray, would he still be alive? Would he still be the second master of the Blood Soul Stronghold? The answer at that time was no. In order to not let everything he had now go to waste, the second head hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, third brother died in a very painful manner. Even when he died, he was still shouting for you to save him. However, things happened too quickly at that time, so great ancestor, it's him. Third brother was tortured by him when he was alive. Great ancestor, you can't let him go. You must kill him. You must." The second master's face could not be seen clearly. However, Lin Ray knew that the person in front of him was on his must-kill list. Gong-er died in a very painful manner. Hearing the words from the side, the second master was stunned. His eyes were filled with tears. His originally stooped figure became even more stooped. He looked as if he was 1,000 years old. Yes, third brother died in a very painful manner. In the distance, Lin Ray was speechless when he heard the conversation between the two. However, he did not have the impulse to explain. Humph! With a cold snort, he threw the first master's body and his hand away and finally fell to the ground. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the body. The scene became silent and was filled with the smell of gunpowder. "Do you want to make a move?" Looking at the second master, Lin Ray spoke unhurriedly. His tone was full of indifference. "I am Xuanning, the founder of this Blood Soul Stronghold. Today, you came to my territory and did not greet me. However, you should not have killed my descendant. All right. Don't dawdle like a woman. If you want to make a move, hurry up. Haven't you heard the saying? If you can make a move, don't force it." The anger that was originally suppressed completely erupted the moment he heard Lin Ray's words. You have a glib tongue. However, I don't know how strong you are. When the time comes, stop wasting time. Seeing that Xuanning was still talking, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. A glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he clenched the Chaos Dragon Spear and rushed towards Xuanning. Martial God Stratagem. Lin Ray used the Martial God Stratagem. Lin Ray felt that it was necessary to fight against Xuanning. Not only him, but also the enemies that he encountered, whether weak or strong. As long as they fought with him, they were worthy of his final effort. Spear intent. Chapter 940. No. The power of law. Seeing the energy strangling towards him, Xuanning was taken aback, and his expression changed drastically. The moment he sensed that what was rushing towards him was not spear intent but a law, he quickly reacted and flew backwards, trying to escape the range of the energy strangling. Why can't I move? Xuanning was stunned when he felt that his body was not listening to him. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his veins bulged. He frantically mobilized the spiritual power in his body to increase the output of his cultivation. Even so, the spiritual power in his body seemed to be isolated by some kind of energy. It was nothing to circulate in his body, but when the energy wanted to rush out of his body, it was isolated. It was like a rabbit that saw an eagle retreating in fear. Xuanning was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was the first time in his life that something like this had happened to him. He had never heard of such a bizarre thing before. "Oh, with such little strength, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me?" Lin Rei sneered when he saw Xuanning's pale face. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about the power of his martial god stratagem. As long as the martial god stratagem was used, the space within a 100-meter radius would become the battlefield of the person using the stratagem of martial god. It could be said that the person who could use the stratagem of martial god was the king within a 100-meter radius. He was the ruler of this 100-meter radius. Whoever he wanted to live, he had to live. Whoever he wanted to die, that person had to die. Of course, Lin Rei could not guarantee that he could kill someone at Xuanning's level in one blow. After all, an ultimate god was very powerful. Xuanning became anxious when he saw the palpitating energy getting closer and closer. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for death." Xuanning was stunned when he looked up at the palpitating energy. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. "Do I really have to use that thing today? No, I can't die." His hesitation disappeared in an instant and was replaced by determination. Xuanning seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Damn it, you force me, you force me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for what happens next. Heaven is the law. Earth is the foundation. Space is the..." A phrase similar to a cultivation method circulated in Xuanning's mouth in a low voice. However, at this moment, the energy that was originally restrained in her body broke free bit by bit while Xuanning was talking to herself. Strands of energy seeped out of her body. He was able to break free from the restraints of the martial god's taboo. As the king within 100 meters, he naturally understood the situation very well. The moment the energy in blood coagulation's body slowly seeped out, he knew. It seems that those who can become ultimate gods do have some ability. Not all of them are trash and piled up with pills. A smile appeared on his face. Lin Rei was not worried or anxious about Xuanning breaking free from the restraints. Instead, he was excited about it. After all, in his opinion, it was a very good thing that Xuanning could break free from the restraints. After all, this would make things very interesting. He did not add more restraints on Xuanning. Instead, he stopped attacking and quietly watched him, watching how Xuanning would break free from his martial god's taboo. Space / Xuanning shouted in a low voice. Then, a strange scene appeared. The space that was originally sealed by the martial god's taboo was unlocked after a low shout. The power of space. Looking at Xuanning, Lin Rei's eyes widened as a light flashed in them. Yes, this guy did use the power of space. However, the reason he could use the power of space was purely at the cost of his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to fight back against your martial god's taboo, let alone break it in one move. "You're awake?" Hearing this sudden explanation, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. "Yes, I just woke up." Seeing Lin Rei change the topic, the little dragon continued. "This matter needs to be clarified. Although being able to use the power of space is a forbidden technique, it might bring you a surprise at a time like this." Hearing this, Lin Rei raised his head and looked at Xuanning's pale and ferocious face. He was stunned and puzzled. "Are you sure you want to ask?" It was not that Lin Rei did not believe him, but that Xuanning was in a very sorry state. Why would the space origin choose such a powerful cultivator? Nonsense. Xuanning rolled his eyes at Lin Rei. "I say, are you stable or not? This is a matter of whether you can enter the holy world or not. Do you still think this is your own matter? No, you're wrong. This is also related to my physical body. Don't forget, you promised me. You can't go back on your word, or else..." Hearing the urgency in the little dragon's tone, Lin Rei nodded helplessly. "Okay, I understand. It's just a question. It's no big deal." Then, without waiting for the little dragon to speak again, he looked up at Xuanning and asked, Old man, where did you get the power of space you used just now? Of course, if you tell me, then we'll forget about today's matter. And I can let you go and won't pursue this matter in the future. How about it? Looking at Xuan Ning, Lin Rei was afraid that he would not agree. So he continued, this is a profitable deal. I hope you can think about it carefully. What do you think? Huh. A shrill laugh came out of Xuan Ning's mouth. Deal no loss. Hee. What you said is really good. Raising his head to look at Lin Li, blood coagulation growled fiercely. To you, this really isn't a business transaction where you have to pay for your losses, but to me, this is a business transaction that will cost me my life. Oh, hearing Xuan Ning's words, Lin Rei was puzzled. He did not understand what Xuan Ning meant. In his opinion, such a good deal should be snatched up by others, but you forgot so quickly? Seeing Lin Rei's puzzled expression, Xuan Ning was furious and had an impulse to come up with a solution at any time. Since you've forgotten, let me remind you. Xuan Ning looked at the corpse of the third boss and said, you killed my descendant. Do you think there's still a possibility of cooperation between us? Do you know that this is the last bloodline of my family? It's you. It's you who killed him. It's you who extinguished the hope of my family. It's you. Everything is because of you. This time, Lin Rei completely understood. So this was the reason. He was helpless about it. After all, time could not be reversed, and the dead could not be resurrected. All right, don't talk nonsense with him. Since he doesn't want to talk, we can only use force. At this moment, the little dragon was no longer silent. Facing such a person who did not know what was good for him, the little dragon would not spoil him. So arrogant. Seeing how the little dragon acted, Lin Rei was a little speechless for a moment. Nonsense, hurry up. Otherwise, give me the body and I'll take him down for you. How about it? After saying that, the little dragon appeared in front of Lin Rei in a flash and looked at Lin Rei with a pair of excited eyes. You? Don't look at me like that. Lin Rei was defeated after one round of eye contact with the little dragon. All right, I really lose to you. Then, with a thought, he passed the control of the body to the little dragon. With the previous experience, it was much easier this time. But the only bad thing was that every time the little dragon used it, his body would ache to death. It couldn't be helped because the little dragon's cultivation level was high, while his cultivation level was only in the divine venerable realm. It feels good to have a body. The little dragon who occupied Lin Rei's body stretched its body and revealed a long-lost expression. Nonsense. Seeing the little dragon like this, Lin Rei couldn't help but feel guilty. Thinking about how the little dragon risked its life to save him along the way, Lin Rei felt very guilty towards the little dragon. However, the little dragon didn't know about the guilt in Lin Rei's heart at all. At this moment, he only wanted to sweat as much as he could. After all, there weren't many opportunities like this. Watch carefully. It's your honor to see me in action, said Lin Rei to Lin Rei. In the next moment, Lin Rei's body directly froze on the spot. Xuan Ning, who was angrily staring at him, didn't notice this at all. Young man, I really don't know what you're trying to do. However, at this moment, Xuan Ning blinked and a mature voice came from behind him. You clearly had a chance to live just now, but you didn't want it. You had to wait for this old man to appear before you obediently submit. Really? You? At this moment, Xuan Ning was stunned. He didn't expect the voice to come from behind him. He raised his head and looked at the place where Lin Rei was standing. At this moment, it was already empty. How could it be? He turned around and wanted to see clearly, but he had the chance to see Lin Rei. No, it was the little dragon who was controlling Lin Rei's body. Could he? The answer was of course no. A crisp sound was heard. Lin Rei, the little dragon, clapped his hands and pressed directly on Xuan Ning's head. A powerful and strange energy directly penetrated and began to read Xuan Ning's life memories. Damn, this old man has done a lot of bad things. More importantly, he's actually a traitor of the equipment refining sect. This is really interesting. Little by little, after the little dragon finished reading Xuan Ning's memories, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then, a powerful energy gushed out from his palm and poured into Xuanning's body through the palm that pressed on Xuanning's head. Ah! A hysterical scream of pain came from Xuanning's mouth. His whole face was extremely ferocious. At this moment, Xuanning could no longer be described as a human. At this moment, Xuanning could be described as a wild beast. Looking at his red eyes, ferocious face, and murderous aura, Lin Rei really didn't know how else to describe Xuanning as a wild beast. It's quite old to be a fool, but this old man still doesn't feel at ease. After all, the tightest mouth in the world is a dead person, so kill. After saying that, a murderous aura flashed across the little dragon's body. His hands exerted force, and a powerful aura appeared in Xuanning's body at the same time. Ah! The scream became even more intense, but the little dragon didn't stop. After all, this was to kill Xuanning. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The originally living person in front of the red light exploded in an instant. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Rei's body was covered in blood. The scene was extremely terrifying and unbearable to look at. If a timid person saw this scene at this moment, needless to say, they would be able to imagine what was going on. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Rei was standing in the same place, covered in blood. Even his feet were covered in minced flesh. The scene was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Rei was like a demon, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. F***CK, Xiaolong, have you gone crazy? At this moment, Lin Li, who was hiding in a corner of his physical body, flew into a rage when he saw everything that was happening. He didn't feel good at all. Originally, Lin Rei thought that the little dragon would just kill him directly. However, he never expected that the little dragon's actions this time were completely beyond the scope of his understanding. This kind of person deserves to die. I thought this kind of death was too easy for this guy. Seeing the vicious look on Xiaolong's face, Lin Li knew that there must be something strange going on. Tell me what's going on. Why do you hate it so much? Lin Li asked. Sigh. Understanding Lin Rei's doubts, the little dragon opened its mouth and told him what it saw. This guy cultivated a kind of cultivation method, and the key to this cultivation method is to use the essence of newborn boys and girls. You have to know that spiritual energy is very important to cultivators, let alone a newborn child. If a cultivator of his level were to use the spirit chi of children, he would be able to absorb all of the children's spirit chi with a casual absorption. Also, I took a rough look just now. There are about 100,000 children's lives. Do you think I can handle such a person? Bastard. Lin Rei didn't want to say anything. He didn't expect this old guy to be so crazy. Although Lin Rei boasted that he wasn't a good person, at least he wouldn't do something so immoral. Forget it. It's not worth getting angry at someone like Ken. Besides, he's already dead. In this life? No. It should be that he doesn't have a next life. His soul has completely disappeared from this world. No matter who it is, they can forget about reviving him. Saying that, as if he had vented his anger, he withdrew from control of his body with a thought. Lin Rei regained control of his body the moment the little dragon withdrew. How about it? Did you think about the origin of space? Do you know how to read things? Not wanting to be entangled in the matter just now, Lin Rei quickly changed the topic. Found it. Seeing Lin Rei get up, the system said in his heart, what this old guy used just now was indeed a spatial technique, and this spatial technique was given to him by the origin of space. What? Lin Rei was shocked. Could it be? Chapter 941. That's right. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon smiled and said, You're right. His spatial technique was imparted by the space origin, but the price to use this move is very high. You saw just now. Pointing at the pile of flesh on the ground, she continued, The price to use it once may be 1,000 years of life, 10,000 years, or even more. And this move can't be used continuously. It can be said that it's of little value to him. After all, he didn't really use my spatial laws. Listening to the little dragon's explanation, Road nodded, but he was a little puzzled. Since the space origin could impart techniques to him, why didn't it impart spatial laws to him? Besides, this move was clearly a deadly move. Of course, it could also be used as a life-saving move, but most people wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. Don't be confused. It's very simple. Understanding Linley's confusion and puzzlement, he said, "Just now, when I was investigating, I saw that he accidentally acquired something beneficial to the prime essences of space. Thus, in exchange, the prime essences of space taught him this technique." "What is it?" he asked without hesitation. He wanted to know what it was that could make the space origin react this way. "Origin fruit pulp." "What? Origin? Origin fruit pulp?" Lin Ray was unfamiliar with this term. It could be said that he had never heard of it. But judging from the word, he understood the general meaning. "Yes, origin fruit pulp." Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon smiled and said, "This thing is very rare. It can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime. No, a once-in-a-million-years thing." "Get to the point." Lin Ray didn't want to listen to nonsense. He rolled his eyes and retorted. The little dragon was helpless against Lin Ray's insistence. But in the end, she went along with him. Origin fruit pulp. To put it nicely, it's a very precious thing that is beneficial to all origins. But to put it bluntly, it's a carrier of energy that can improve or repair origins. At this point, the little dragon looked up at Lin Ray and said, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Lin Ray did not respond to the little dragon's foolish question. "All right." Seeing that Lin Ray chose to ignore it, the little dragon smiled awkwardly and continued, "This kind of thing is very rare in this world. Basically, only one can grow in each realm. Moreover, the environment where it grows is unknown. When it blossoms and bears fruit is even more unknown. Only those with great luck can find it." Hearing this, Lin Ray looked at the pile of flesh on the ground and was stunned. F***CK. This is considered a person of great fortune? Lin Ray was a little skeptical. After all, he had seen Shuegu's performance just now, so that. Understanding Lin Ray's thoughts, the little dragon coughed softly and said awkwardly, "Well, maybe it's because this thing has killed too many people, so his luck has long been scattered by the killing intent." Lin Ray basically couldn't listen to the little dragon's words anymore. He suspected that the little dragon's story was wrong. "Tell me, where did Shuegu find the space origin?" Lin Ray looked at the little dragon and corrected himself. The little dragon didn't find Lin Ray's words strange. After all, this seemed like something Lin Ray would do. "North region, deep in the mysterious underworld mountain." "What? North region, mysterious underworld mountain?" Lin Ray was shocked. The location of the space origin mentioned by the little dragon was exactly the same as the information he obtained in the Red House. Regarding this, Lin Ray was even more confident in the Red House. TSK. That Red House is not bad. The information you obtained and my information are in the same place. This means that even if this place doesn't have the real space origin, there will be other valuable things. Yes, that's right. Lin Ray nodded in agreement to the little dragon's words. However, he was still the same. The space origin was in the Dark Abyss Valley. This way, he wouldn't have to waste his energy to go to other places. All right. Since you already know the whereabouts of the space origin, let's move quickly. You're just wasting your time here. She couldn't help but urge Lin Ray to move after he obtained the whereabouts of the space origin. Understood. He didn't refute. He understood that there was nothing here that he couldn't control. He had even completed Shadow's request. As he thought this, he looked up at the second master, who was sitting on the ground, his face filled with terror and his eyes glazed over. Looking at him, Linley laughed coldly. He had originally wanted to kill him, but then he thought about how if he did that, the other bandits in the stronghold would go out of control and wreak havoc. "Brat, I have a request. As long as you agree, I won't kill you. Do you agree?" Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind, and he looked at the second boss. Hearing this, the frightened second boss hurriedly raised his head and pricked up his ears. His body trembled as he lightly opened his red lips and softly replied, "You can say it." His voice was very soft. It was as if Lin Ray would do something to him if he spoke louder. Lin Ray was also speechless at the second boss's caution. He didn't think that such an expert wouldn't have the heart of an expert. However, Lin Ray didn't care about this. After all he wanted was for the second boss to keep an eye on the remaining bandits and not let them go out to wreak havoc. Thinking about this, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said to the second boss, "My request is very simple. I won't kill you, but you have to promise to keep an eye on the remaining bandits in the stronghold and not let them go out to harm others. For you, this is very simple. Of course, if I find out that you don't do as I say and encourage them to kill, then don't even talk about death. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death and what it means to suffer." Murderous intent appeared in his cold eyes. The instant the second boss felt this coldness, he quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Just as Lin Ray had said, as the second boss of the stronghold, he could easily fulfill the conditions that Lin Ray had mentioned. For a person who wanted to break down mentally and live, how could he not agree to such a thing? I don't agree so quickly. Although this is simple, it's a bit difficult to do. I don't want to despair. When I come to inspect, I'll see a different scene. With that, he took out a soul-controlling pill from his storage ring and handed it to the second boss. Lin Ray didn't know if the soul-controlling pill was still effective. After all, ever since he reached the God Realm, he rarely used this kind of thing. He wasn't sure if it had any effect on the God Realm. Eat it, and I'll let you go." Looking at the pill in front of him, the second boss looked at Lin Ray and asked, "Can I eat it?" "That's right. As long as you eat it, I'll let you go." Lin Ray nodded. Gulp. After getting Lin Ray's confirmation, the second boss didn't even think about it. He wasn't even afraid that it was poison. He reached out and stuffed it into his mouth, then swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth. Of course, the second boss didn't have time to think about anything else. As for the pill fragrance in his mouth, he couldn't care less. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to make Lin Ray leave as soon as possible. The further he went, the better. It would be best if he never appeared again. Seeing the second boss swallow the pill, Lin Ray thought that he had failed. Time slowly passed, but there was no change. So it seems that this soul-controlling pill only works on plop. Just when Lin Ray thought that the soul-controlling pill had failed, the second boss jumped up from the ground and knelt in front of Lin Ray. He cupped his hands and cowed out. The respect and reverence in his eyes, coupled with the sound of his head kowtowing to the ground, made Lin Ray's heart jump. A smile appeared on his face. He knew that the soul-controlling pill had successfully controlled the second boss. Regarding this, Lin Ray had a new understanding of the power of the soul-controlling pill. This was because this was the first time he had tried it on someone at the deity level. With this experiment, he believed that the stock of pills he had would be used up very quickly. "Get up." He waved his hand to the second boss to get him up. "I'll leave this to you. Don't let me down. When I get angry, even I'm afraid of myself. I hope you won't let me down." Plop. He knelt down again. Zheng nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task you gave me seriously. I won't let those people go out and harm the surrounding villages." "Good. That's good." At this moment, Lin Ray didn't have any worries. With the help of the soul-controlling pill, he believed that the second boss wouldn't go against his will. "All right, get up. I'll leave this place to you. If there's anything in the future, you can send me a message through the sound-transmitting jade slip." After all, the second boss was his subordinate now. Although he was slightly dissatisfied with his previous behavior, he was still his subordinate. He could bully his people, but if others wanted to bully them, he wouldn't allow it. "Yes, I understand." He got up and received the sound-transmitting jade slip from Lin Ray's hand. Then he stood aside obediently and respectfully. After scanning the surroundings, Lin Ray nodded. He waved his hand and set up a venerable level array that he had prepared long ago. The array enveloped the entire stronghold. After doing all this, Lin Ray nodded. He glanced at the second boss, turned around, and disappeared in a flash. "Remember, I'll leave this place to you. No matter who violates the rules set by me, there's only one ending, that is death." The melodious voice came into the second boss's ears. The second boss shivered and hurriedly bowed. Outside the stronghold, Lin Ray hid Ing and Ing behind a mountain rock. They kept sensing the situation in the stronghold with their divine senses, but just now, their divine senses were isolated by a sudden array. They were very anxious about it. It's like this every time. Why can't it make us less worried? Yes, we should have followed him in. No matter how my husband insisted, we should have gone in. At least we could watch him and guard him. At this moment, the two of them were so anxious that they didn't notice at all that behind them, their so-called husband, Linley, had already appeared. Furthermore, he had heard everything they had just said. Looking at his wife's anxious appearance, Lin Ray felt warm in his heart. He stretched out his hands and said to his two wives, "Thank you for your concern, my wife. However, you have too little confidence in your husband. No matter what, your man has killed a saint before." Feeling that their bodies were controlled, their first reaction was to counterattack. However, just as they were about to attack, they heard an anxious voice. In response, the two of them hurriedly withdrew the energy they had gathered. With a blushing face, they leaned on Lin Ray. "Humph, sticky husband, you took so long to come out. Do you know how worried we were?" Yes. We were so worried about you. Our divine senses were isolated just now, which made us even more anxious." Hearing their words, Lin Ray hurriedly comforted them. Okay, this matter is over. Aren't I standing in front of you? In order to reassure them, Lin Ray told them the decision he had made in his heart. "Don't worry. Next time, I will definitely take you with me." Really? Hearing this, the two women suddenly stood up from Lin Ray and said in surprise, "Are you serious? Take us with you in the future?" "Yes, husband. You can't go back on your words. If you go back on your words, you will be a puppy." Looking at the two women's doubts, Lin Ray suddenly felt very embarrassed. However, facing his two wives, Lin Ray could only nod and agree. Okay. Like you said, if you do it again, then, like Bing, said if you go back on your words, you will be a puppy." The two women looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, we believe in our husband." "Okay, that's right." Seeing that the matter was finally clear, the two women smiled and looked at me proudly. "Okay, since there's no problem, let's hurry up and meet with Sakura. Now that the space origin is confirmed to be in the Xianming Valley in the northern region, we must subdue and refine it." A touch of determination flashed in Lin Ray's eyes. Whether I can successfully advance to the Sage Realm or not depends on whether I can subdue the space origin this time. Seeing that their husband was so determined, the two women didn't say anything and obediently shut their mouths. They knew the severity of the matter. In the face of such a matter, as smart women, they should choose to remain silent. "Let's go." Seeing that the two women were silent, Lin Ray joked. Then he hugged the two women's slender waists and rushed into the sky toward the Xianming Valley in the northern region. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was crossing the sky. It was so fast that it left people speechless. Time was something that couldn't be seen or touched. It was as fleeting as a white steed flitting by a crack. On the peak of the earthly lingering mountain in the northern region, a man, a woman, and a rabbit were standing at the peak and looking around as if they were waiting for someone or something to come. Sakura, are you sure that Lin Ray will come today and let us wait here?" The rabbit couldn't help but ask. Chapter 942. Lin Ray's words are always punctual. He will be back as soon as he says so. So, let's wait for a while. I believe he will definitely be back. By then, I will introduce you to him. He didn't turn around and continued to scan the surroundings, trying to find Lin Ray's whereabouts. Rabbit didn't know what to say about Sakura's persistence. He wanted to dissuade him, but looking at Sakura's serious expression, Rabbit chose to remain silent in the end. At the side, Tianning's heart skipped a beat when she saw Sakura's reaction. Then, like Rabbit, she didn't say anything. At this moment, not far away from the Earth Spirit Mountain, 3 people were crossing the void and rushing madly towards the Earth Spirit Mountain. The only man among them was looking ahead anxiously, as though he was searching for something. It's over. I didn't expect to be late. I hope Sakura has the patience to wait. Otherwise, we will have to wait for a while to meet him. Husband, don't be anxious. I believe Sakura will definitely wait. At the side, the blue-clothed woman persuaded. At this moment, if Sakura saw the appearance of the three people, he would definitely recognize who they were. They were none other than Lin Ray and the others who set off from the Blood Soul Stockade. After 2 months, the three of them finally arrive at a place not far away from the Earth Spirit Mountain. Originally, they had agreed on a time with Sakura, but due to some unavoidable reasons, they were late. Sakura, who was at the peak of the Earth Spirit Mountain, was still waiting foolishly. It shouldn't be. Normally, Lin Ray wouldn't eat. What happened this time? Sakura was stunned when he saw that a long time had passed since the agreed time. Of course, he wouldn't think that Lin Ray was injured or killed because it was impossible. Others might not know, but Sakura, who was his clone, was very clear about how powerful his main body was. In the divine world, Lin Ray was undoubtedly standing at the peak. Therefore, the combat strength of the people in the divine world was no match for Lin Ray. Of course, if it was the holy world, there might be someone who could hurt Lin Ray. As time passed, Rabbit, who didn't think highly of Lin Ray, became even more irritable. She looked like she wouldn't leave if he didn't leave. I say, Sakura, is this the Lin Ray that you were talking about? The one who's never late and always on time? A hint of ridicule was obvious. Tianning wanted to stop this, but when she thought of Rabbit's personality and the fact that Lin Ray was indeed late, it was inconvenient for her to speak. In the end, she retreated to the side and remained silent. He turned a blind eye to the rabbit's actions and observed it with a silent attitude. Seeing the rabbit saying so, Sakura wanted to refute, but the moment he blurted out the word, he choked because he didn't know what else to say. After all, it was a fact that Lin Ray was late. Alas. Forget it. Since that's the case, let's hurry over. As for Lin Ray, let's leave a message for him. When he comes, let's ask him to go to a city not far ahead to look for us. What do you think? As she said that, she looked at Sakura as if she wanted to get his permission. Sakura wanted to refuse, but Rabbit had already said it. Tianning, who was at the side, was also waiting for the result with an expectant gaze. Sakura swallowed the words that he wanted to refuse. Then, he smiled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. All right. Since Lin Ray didn't come on time, and we've been waiting here for such a long time, let's go. As he said that, the sword from the flute appeared in his hand, and he started to draw on a clean and spacious stone. On it, 3 words appeared on the stone. I'll wait for you in the city ahead. Sakura writes. At the side, looking at Sakura's technique, her eyes suddenly lit up. She took a step forward and wanted to observe Sakura's words at a close distance. But before she could do so, Rabbit saw through her thoughts and immediately stepped forward to stop her. Let's go. There are many good things waiting for you ahead. Sakura. Sakura could only express his speechlessness. At the same time, he knew that Tianning couldn't resist this at all. As expected, as soon as Rabbit said those words, her eyes, which were still fixed on Sakura's words, glinted abruptly. She turned around and strolled slowly toward the city without hesitation. As he walked, he couldn't help but urge Sakura and Rabbit. I say, can you guys hurry up? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Facing Tianning's words, both Sakura and Bunny felt helpless. There was even a moment when Bunny regretted saying those words. Sigh, why is a murderous incarnation so different? Sakura pondered for a long time while looking at Tianning's back and finally found the words to describe her. Done. I didn't expect Tianning to be so reluctant to part with the life here. Rabbit looked at Tianning and a touch of tenderness emerged in her heart. But it's fine as long as she's happy. Let me protect her and become her guardian angel. Sakura's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Rabbit's words. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Let's go. In the end, he blurted out these 2 words. Then, he took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot, chasing after Tianning. TSK, you brat. Rabbit was taken aback when she saw Sakura taking the lead. Then, She chuckled and chased after him. Swish, swish. Not long after Sakura and the other two left, 3 more sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 3 people appeared on the peak of the Earth Spirit Mountain, which was where Sakura and the other 2 were previously. The 3 of them landed. The man among them scanned the surroundings with his divine senses, and a touch of disappointment emerged. It seems like we're still too late. Sakura must have left. Yeah. After all, it's been a long time since dinner. Even if Sakura can wait, the 2 of them won't. Seeing her husband's disappointed look, Ing quickly stepped forward and said, "I'll wait for you in the city ahead." Sakura, right? Just when Lin Rei was silent, a voice came from the side. It was none other than one of his wives, Shun Bing. "Husband, take a look and see if that was written by Sakura." Pointing at the stone with words on it, she reminded Linley. "N? Words?" Shun Bing looked at the direction she was pointing at. She saw more than 10 words appearing in front of her eyes. The disappointment on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a smile. "Ha! It seems like Sakura and the others have indeed come. It's just that they couldn't wait for us and left first. Let's go. Since he's waiting in the city ahead, we can't be late this time." Without waiting for the 2 of them to react, 2 bursts of energy emerged, directly wrapping the 2 of them. Then Linley took a step and left the place at his fastest speed, chasing in the direction that Sakura had told him to go. At this moment, Sakura didn't know that the distance between them and Lin Rei was already very close. "Lin Rei? What kind of person is Lin Rei? Why were you so determined that he wouldn't be late?" The sudden words made Sakura at the side stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "Him. He's the kind of person who will definitely take revenge. He will never leave any future troubles for himself. Even if a person has the intention to kill him, then that person has already stepped on the path of the 9 underworlds. No matter how powerful that person is, as long as that person dares, Lin Rei will be able to send him into the 9 underworlds. He can even make him disappear from the great Tao of heaven and earth, as if that person had never appeared. Is that so?" Hearing Sakura's evaluation of Lin Rei, Tian Ning at the side was stunned. This kind of person was very dangerous to her. Even when she heard Sakura's introduction to Linley just now, she had a feeling of déjà vu. It was as if Sakura wasn't talking about Linley, but the desolate land's demon Lord Rahu. That kind of person would haggle over the smallest grievances. "Yes, that's right." Without hesitation, Sakura nodded. Lin Rei is such a person. He relied on his own efforts to cultivate step by step from a small foreign world. No one can understand the hardships of the journey. No matter how dangerous the path ahead is, as long as Lin Rei encounters it, he will do everything to eliminate it. Of course, this is when facing enemies. Lin Rei will do such a crazy thing. Indeed, when facing friends, just like you, Lin Rei won't be like what I said just now. Instead, he will do as he pleases. With regards to Sakura's explanation to Lin Rei, Tian Ning had a rough understanding of Lin Rei. At the side, seeing Tian Ning keeping silent, Sakura thought that she had some thoughts about Lin Rei. He even thought that his words just now were a little abrupt. Sakura immediately explained, "Actually, Lin Rei isn't just like that. He's a very good person. Take me, for example. I'm the one he wanted. Moreover, the sword and the flute in my hand was once his weapon before he gave it to me." After speaking, the sword and the flute in Sakura's hand trembled slightly. A sword cry broke through the jade flute's restriction and resounded in the air. "Huh? What's going on?" Looking at the sword and the flute in his hand, Sakura was startled. His face was filled with puzzlement. It was his first time seeing the sword and the flute being out of control. Clap, clap. Just when Sakura and the others were silent, a clapping sound came from behind. Accompanying the clapping was a man's voice. "Haha, not bad. I didn't expect Sakura's evaluation of that person to be so pertinent." Halt. Who are you?" Among Sakura and the other two, Rabbit's reaction was the fastest. He instantly appeared in front of Sakura and Tian Ning, protecting the 2 of them. Following that, an enormous killing intent burst out from his body. His voice was the complete opposite of Sakura's. At this moment, only coldness and killing intent could be heard from Rabbit's mouth. You are the incarnation of slaughter? Looking at the sudden appearance of Rabbit, the person who was clapping his hands was startled. He immediately asked, You, who exactly are you? Seeing the person in front of him, saw through his true form with a single glance. Rabbit felt as though his tail was clamped. He was furious and immediately flew into a rage. Not bad. Such killing intent is indeed not something I can compare with. Feeling the killing intent from Rabbit, Lin Ray was startled. He immediately spoke. Speak. Who are you? Looking at the mysterious person, Rabbit didn't recognize him. Of course, he also recognized the person who was clapping his hands. He was none other than Lin Ray. However, because he was afraid of trouble, he changed his appearance. Not only him, even the two women behind him also hid their appearance like Lin Ray. Therefore, Rabbit, who had seen Lin Ray's true appearance, didn't know that the person he was facing right now was Lin Ray, Sakura's true form. Lin, don't say it. Let me see how strong she is first. Looking at Sakura, before he could open his mouth and reveal his identity, Lin Ray transmitted a message to him to remain silent. Is this okay? Looking at Lin Ray, Sakura scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect that Lin Ray would have such a side to him. It's fine. Don't worry. Knowing that Sakura wasn't assured, Lin Ray cast a reassuring glance at him. Then, he turned to Rabbit and said, Little Rabbit, let me see what you're capable of. Let's see if you're stronger than me. Great. I haven't eaten much along the way. I wonder if my strength will increase a little after eating you? Sakura was helpless against Lin Ray's words, but he didn't dare to step forward and stop him. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Tianning, who pondered for a long time, revealed a smile and took a step forward to Rabbit's side. What are you doing here? Hurry up and go back. I can feel that this guy is really strong. Looking at Tianning, Rabbit said sternly, Yes, that's right. With the two of you together, it can be considered a complete kill. Seeing Tianning stepping forward, Lin Ray nodded. But I don't know how powerful the two of you are when you join hands. Saying that, an incomparably powerful battle intent surged from his body. It was apparent how much he wanted to have a heart-wrenching battle. A chuckle escaped from Tianning's mouth. Then, she cupped her hands and bowed to Lin Ray. Taoist Lin, since you're here, why don't you show your true face? Taoist Lin? Rabbit, who was ready, heard Tianning's words, and her brain short-circuited. Taoist Lin Ray. Ignoring Rabbit, Tianning said bluntly, I wasn't sure at first, but it seems that Sakura's appearance is a little strange. Moreover, you revealed Sakura's identity as soon as you arrived. So, you must be the original Lin Ray that he mentioned. Silence. The smoke from the battle had faded away. Linley, who was brimming with battle intent, was instantly dispirited upon hearing Tianning reveal his identity. It was as though he was a man who couldn't resist the fire of lust and had his cold water vapor penetrated. Lin Ray, I didn't say that. She came out herself. At that moment, Sakura hurriedly stepped forward and said, This boring. Looking at Tianning and Sakura, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. Originally, I wanted to fight with Xia Fei. I didn't expect you to be so smart to be able to reveal my true identity. Saying that, Lin Ray knew that he was exposed. He didn't hide it anymore and removed the disguise on his face, revealing his true face to the three of them. Damn you. Chapter 943. Lin Ray's true appearance appeared in front of the rabbit. Having seen Lin Ray's true appearance before, the rabbit recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this the person who had communicated with Sakura back then? Inexplicably, a sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. At the same time, she understood that if they really fought, she would probably lose just as Sakura had said. Of course, this was only her guess. Even if she didn't lose, she wouldn't win either. At most, it would be a draw. Lin Ray turned his head and glanced at the rabbit. Looking at him, he said with a smile, You must be the W Rabbit. You're very strong, and your murderous aura is not something that I can compare to. I admit that. Of course. Why don't you look at me? Hearing this, the rabbit's heart skipped a beat, and a proud expression appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ray's voice appeared again. However, the meaning of his words this time was completely different from before. Although your murderous aura is very strong, if you really go all out, you will die. You can deny this, but it's a fact. Lin Ray wouldn't lie about this. Just now, Lin Ray had a rough understanding of the Dubby Rabbit situation. Of course, if it was the complete origin of the murderous aura, perhaps Lin Ray would be afraid. After all, the origin of the murderous aura had already surpassed that of a Dao Fruit Saint. At this moment, his full combat strength was at most comparable to a late-stage Dao Fruit cultivator. As for a perfected Dao Fruit Saint, Lin Ray couldn't kill him, but he could escape from him. As for beyond that, he couldn't do anything. After all, his strength was limited and his realm was limited. He was sure that he could indeed enter the Saint realm. Even if he had just entered the Saint realm, a perfected Dao Fruit Saint was nothing in front of him. He wanted to refute on the spot. In any case, he was in existence with the origin of the murderous aura. Although he had been forced to split into two, he was still in existence that stood at the peak of the Dao. Now, he was being belittled by the person in front of him. Lin Ray, that's enough. We've only just arrived, and I haven't even heard of your poisonous tongue. Can't we sit down and discuss what to do next? At this moment, he understood that the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was unhappy. Without waiting for the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit to speak, Sakura hurriedly spoke to Lin Ray. You have to know why you came here this time. Space origin. Offending the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit like this, isn't it? As he spoke, Indra blinked his eyes awkwardly. Linley chuckled at Sakura's reaction. Then, he turned to Tian Ning and chuckled. I didn't expect you to be someone who values women over friends. Now that you have a wife, you've forgotten about a loyal comrade like me? Sakura understood what Lin Ray was referring to. Although she felt that Lin Ray's words were a little out of line, she couldn't help but sweep a glance at Tian Ning the instant she heard Lin Ray's words. Then, a blush surfaced on her cheeks. Damn, it's over. The 1,000-year-old sago tree doesn't bloom. I didn't expect a big one to bloom. You're good. I admit defeat, Lin Ray said, and didn't forget to cup his fist to show that he was sincerely convinced. You guys are... A crisp voice sounded from the side, awakening Lin Ray and Sakura from their telepathic communication. And nothing. The one who spoke wasn't anyone else but Tian Ning, whom Sakura admired. Sakura looked into Tian Ning's clear, clean eyes and realized that he had fallen in love with her to the point where he couldn't extricate himself. He didn't dare to look at her again as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would do something overboard. He forcefully changed the topic, turned to Lin Ray, and said, Lin Ray, do you have any ideas about the space origin? After all, this is a chance for you to fight for a breakthrough. As soon as Sakura said this, everyone turned to him in unison with an expression that said, give me a solution. Lin Ray, looking at everyone's gazes, Lin Ray wanted to say I don't. But for some unknown reason, the instant he blurted out this sentence, it went against what he wanted to say in his mind. This matter is a secret. The most important thing for us now is to find the existence of the space origin. As long as I see it, I will have the ability to subdue it. As he spoke, Linley's heart felt weak, but the expression on his face was resolute. Just one or two expressions. Sakura, and the others believed in Lin Ray's words and didn't have any doubts. But at the same time, Tian Ning and the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit had the opposite thoughts. After all, there were existences that belonged to the 3,000 Great Tao, so they were very clear about the strength of the space origin. Although they didn't know Lin Ray's strength that well, they knew that Lin Ray wasn't a match for the space origin. There was no doubt about it. Tian Ning didn't say anything in response to Linley's words, but the Heavenly Pivot Rabbit was different. Linley's actions had undoubtedly caused her to feel a trace of displeasure. so she was willing to give up such a good opportunity. Overall, you're just bragging. I really don't know if you really have the strength or if you're completely helpless and can't say it for the sake of your reputation. Having his thoughts exposed, Linley stared blankly. A hint of red appeared on his face, but this blush only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace. No one noticed. Lin Ray undoubtedly wouldn't answer the heavenly pivot rabbit's question. After all, she was right. He hadn't thought of a way to fight against the space origin. However, just because he couldn't deal with it didn't mean that others couldn't. Lin Ray's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the little dragon. He felt a little guilty, but when he thought of how he could enter the holy world faster after increasing his strength and help the little dragon find the materials to reconstruct its body, the guilt in Lin Ray's heart instantly vanished. F***ck, no way. Can't you give me some peace and quiet? Within the system, the little dragon, who had sensed Lin Ray's thoughts, shuddered and exited from his cultivation. Raising his head to the skies, he muttered to himself helplessly. Seriously, isn't it just a space origin? In my previous world, an origin like this is something that even the lowest level of cultivators could easily squish to death. To think that it would become a top-class existence here. Heis, this world has declined. Thinking of everything in this world, the system couldn't help but sigh. It's not that this world has declined. It's just that the cultivation civilization of this bit wall has declined. The system spoke up for once. This bit wall belongs to the outermost region of the entire bit wall. The spiritual energy here is thin. Even things like skills are so unsightly. How strong do you think there could be in a bit wall of this level? As for the host, our mission is to nurture him into an existence that surpasses everything. As long as he can complete the opening of Hongmeng and become a Hongmeng, then his mission here will be considered complete and come to an end. As for his cultivation state, as long as he can reach the level of the Great Tao, then he will know what happens next. You must understand this. Looking at the skies, he rolled his eyes. This was the first time he had heard the system speak so much. And the purpose was for the sake of the host, which was Lin Ray. However, towards the words of the system, Lin Ray was just grumbling. In reality, if Lin Ray were to really meet with danger, how could he not lend a helping hand? Seriously, I've got to strike again. The little bit of confidence that I've just recovered is going to be depleted once more. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was deep in the outside world, did not know that the system and the little dragon had been discussing about him for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ray only wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible. As for finding the space origin, he would have to act according to the situation. No one knew what would happen next. Therefore, Lin Ray could only take it one step at a time. There was no other way. This was the most suitable way. After all, his strength was limited. Let's not discuss this matter for now. Not wanting to linger on this matter any longer, Lin Ray raised his head and looked at Tian Ning. He asked for her advice. Miss Tian Ning, may I ask if you can accurately sense the location of the space origin? Oh, of course. It's fine if you don't have the exact location. It's fine as long as you can determine which region it is in. Lin Ray said with a look of longing. This? Tian Ning looked at Lin Ray. Looking at that look of anticipation, she was stunned. She wanted to reply, but she did not know how to. Not for other reasons. Even if it was her, she could not pinpoint the exact location of the space origin. Even if it was a region, it was impossible. Firstly, it was because the slaughter origin was split into two and did not have its initial strength. Secondly, it was because the space origin specialized in spatial arts. As long as it used its spatial arts, even Hong Jun, who had the support of 3,000 great Daos, would not be able to pinpoint the exact location of the space origin, let alone Tian Ning at her peak. Is that so? Tian Ning stammered with an evasive look. Needless to say, Lin Ray also understood what was going on. Of course, despite this, Lin Ray did not say anything. After all, they were facing the space origin. It's fine. Anyway, the information I received said that the space origin is in the depths of the Xianming Valley. As for whether the information is correct or not, We will only know after we go in and investigate. After saying that, he smiled indifferently and stopped talking. After all, the situation was already very awkward. If he continued talking, he was afraid that he would feel so awkward that he would want to commit suicide. No one spoke. Sakura Tianfei led the way in front. The few of them coincidentally agreed that it wasn't that they didn't want to talk, but that they didn't know how to start. The atmosphere was cold to the extreme. No one knew what to say or do. They just kept flying like this. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. The sky slowly darkened, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. A look in front, just when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, a voice sounded from the front. The silence was broken by this voice. Everyone turned to the direction that the voice was pointing at. Up ahead, the lights of the past appeared. That was a city, an enormous city. Very, very large. This was the largest city Linley had ever seen, bar none. This city is, where is it? Why is it so huge? Moreover, there seems to be a huge array formation around it. This array formation is very powerful and mysterious. Where's this place? As soon as he had seen this city, Linley had sensed that it was different. Aside from being mysterious, the feeling the city gave him was that it was blurry. I don't know. We came here at the spur of the moment. As for where exactly, W. Rabbit continued Lin Ray's words. However, she didn't say anything in the end because she didn't know where this place was. She also had the same feeling that Lin Ray felt. Sigh, who cares? Let's go in first. Anyway, we had the intention of going before. Since we are here, why don't we go in and have a look? On the side, when Sakura saw Linley and W. Rabbit's puzzlement, he rolled his eyes at the two of them in annoyance. Then, he opened his mouth to inform them. Without waiting for Linley and the others to speak, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When his figure appeared again, he was already in front of the mysterious city gate. Stone City. This city is quite interesting. Stone City. Could it be that this city was named this because it was built by piling up stones? Seeing the name of the city, Sakura sneered and started to interpret it subconsciously. What did you say? A sudden angry shout made Sakura come back to his senses from his interpretation. However, at this moment, he noticed that there were still 2 guards on the city gate tower. You two. Looking at them, Sakura's heart trembled. A light flashed across his eyes. When he came here just now, he obviously didn't feel anything, but now, there were 2 living people in front of him. Of course, Sakura naturally wouldn't think that there was a problem with his divine sense or perception. So, there must be a problem with the 2 people in front of him. After all, he was still very confident in his own strength. Boy, what did you say just now? What does the name of my stone city have to do with you? Don't you know that trouble comes from the mouth and illness comes from the mouth? Sakura could clearly feel the attitude of the 2 people. They were angry. It could be seen that they cared a lot about the 2 words Stone City. Looking at the 2 people like this, Sakura knew that his invisible words might have poked the 2 people's reverse scale. He, who also had a reverse scale, understood this feeling. Both of you, I'm really sorry. Just now, my words were too offensive. I apologize here. After saying that, he cupped his hands and bowed. Not bad. I didn't expect that my clone would apologize to others. At this moment, seeing Sakura's action at this moment clearly from the rear, Lin Ray couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. It was the first time he saw Sakura standing up. That's right. I didn't expect that my husband's clone would. Not only Lin Ray, Evening, who was at the side, was stunned when he saw Sakura's action. Let's go and take a look. Maybe something happened? Ignoring Lin Ray and the others, looking at Sakura's action, Tianning's heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, she took a step forward and rushed towards Sakura's location. Chapter 944. Sigh. This little lass. At this moment, Tianning looked just like a wife who was worried about her husband. Lin Ray and the heavenly pivot rabbit exchanged looks and shook their heads helplessly. Let's go. Lin Ray shook his head helplessly and chased after Tianning. Lin Ray let out a bitter smile as everyone left. It seems like my clone has found his happiness this time. But his gaze fell on Tian Ning. This little lass seems to have a good impression of my clone. Although her original form is the slaughter origin, it's fine as long as my clone likes her. Lin Ray smiled and beckoned to his wife before chasing after Tian Ning. Although he didn't need to worry about them, this place was strange after all. This was the first time Lin Ray had seen such a strange city. At the entrance of the stone city, Sakura, who was in a stalemate, felt helpless. He didn't expect that he would be overheard for the first time. However, it was precisely because of this that those two people appeared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that there were people here. At the same time, this also reflected the strength of this city. Any one of the guards at the city gate could make him unable to detect a trace of chi. And what about the big shots inside? What about the city lord? What about them? Sakura couldn't help but get excited. After all, if there were such powerful beings, he could seek advice from them. What happened? Just as Sakura was fantasizing about seeking advice after entering the city, Tian Ning's voice rang in his ears. Sakura abruptly withdrew from his fantasy. He turned around and looked at Tian Ning with an awkward smile. I accidentally said something wrong and someone overheard it. Now, it seems like they won't let us enter the city. You, the heavenly pivot rabbit who followed Sakura, stared blankly at him. She wanted to speak but didn't know what else to say. Sigh. She let out a sigh and retreated to the side in silence. The scene was extremely awkward. The two guards stared at Sakura with hatred in their eyes, as if he had done something that was intolerable to the heavens and the people. The two of you, I don't know how my brother offended you, but no matter what, I apologize on his behalf. As he spoke, a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. He opened the lid, and a vigorous vitality leaked out from within. The vitality contained an irresistible fragrance. Lin Ray believed that even if an ultimate god saw it, he would love it so much that he would treat it as if it was his own life. He would even disregard the ultimate god's dignity and fight for it. However, the scene that Lin Ray imagined didn't happen. The two guards looked at the pill in Lin Ray's hand without a trace of fluctuation in their expressions, let alone greed. It was as if the pill in Lin Ray's hand was a pile of feces. It didn't arouse their desire at all. How could this be? What went wrong? Noticing that the two of them were not moved by this, Lin Ray was stunned. The scene he had imagined did not appear, and he was very confused about this. According to common sense, this kind of medicinal pill of his was very easy to use, and it was impossible that no one would be indifferent about it. But the two people in front of him, just when Lin Ray was at his wit's end, the little dragon's voice came. All right, Lin Ray, you don't have to waste your energy. These two people don't have the slightest breath of life in their bodies, so your medicinal pill is useless to them. What? No breath of life? Lin Ray seemed to have heard something incredible. He was stunned, and his pupils were waiting. He looked at the two guards with an incredulous expression. Yes, there are no signs of life. Understanding Lin Ray's doubts, the little dragon continued. So, let me ask you, what do you think a thing without any signs of life will do to a medicinal pill full of vitality? He understood the little dragon's meaning very well. If a person without any breath of life was faced with a medicinal pill full of vitality, it could be said that there was no temptation at all because they didn't need this kind of vitality and even disdained it. However, how could a person, a living person without any signs of life, be able to stand in front of them alive? This made Lin Ray unable to understand. Moreover, this kind of situation had never happened before, whether it was in the god realm, the immortal realm, or the mortal realm. On the side, the heavenly pivot rabbit felt the violent fluctuations in Lin Ray's body. Coupled with the complicated changes in Lin Ray's expression, she understood that this matter was not simple. At the same time, she was drooling over the pill in Linley's hand. Although she didn't need something like life force, the fragrance of the pill made her want to eat it. She couldn't help but want to rush up and swallow it to satisfy her appetite. Phew! The little dragon appeared in front of Lin Ray and turned to look at the construction of the stone city. He sank into deep thought, as if he was trying to figure out something, but also as if there was something he didn't understand. His face was grave, and his brows were tightly knitted together. It was Lin Ray's first time seeing the little dragon's current appearance. "How is it, Linley? Regarding this matter, At this moment, looking at the constantly changing expression on Linley's face, Sakura, who was by the side, opened his mouth and asked Linley. Perhaps because he felt that this matter was caused by him, his tone was much weaker. "It's nothing." As Sakura's original body, Lin Ray could feel the guilt in his heart. "This matter is far more complicated than you think." Did something happen? He knew Lin Ray's temper very well. He knew that Lin Ray wouldn't lie, so yes. Looking at Sakura, Lin Ray nodded and transmitted his voice. "Did you not sense their aura just now?" "Yes, how could I?" Hearing Lin Ray's question, Sakura didn't even think and directly replied. "Indeed, I didn't sense their aura just now, so it's not that you didn't sense it, but they didn't have the slightest sign of life." Without waiting for Sakura to finish his words, Lin Ray continued. "Let's put it this way. Even if it's a soul, it will have signs of life, but this thing doesn't have the slightest sign of life. So, it's normal that you didn't sense it. Don't take it to heart." Moreover, as he spoke, he turned to look at the stone city. "I feel that this city isn't simple. The array on it is very powerful. I have never seen or even heard of this kind of array before." Listening to Lin Ray's message, Sakura's brain couldn't handle it. This was the first time he saw this kind of situation. Just like Lin Ray, he was stunned on the spot. "Alas, it seems that we have encountered a very troublesome matter this time." Sighing, Lin Ray didn't speak anymore. He looked at the little dragon. He was waiting for the message from the little dragon. In the central area of the stone city, there was a very powerful courtyard. The scenery inside was pretty good. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. And in the center of this courtyard, there was a very gorgeous and generous layout. It made people feel very comfortable. Interesting, I didn't expect that people would come to my stone city. In the room, a middle-aged man had a smile on his face. He held a cup of tea and slowly brought it to his mouth. "For Lord, how about this subordinate go and send them away? After all, you're trying to break through now. If you're disturbed by them, then..." At this moment, a voice came from the door. "No need." Hearing the voice coming from the door, the man raised his hand to stop it. Although the person outside couldn't see, the man seemed to be used to this kind of action. It has been a long time since someone came to our stone city. Now that these people are here, it's good to add some life to our city. Moreover, the person in the lead is holding a pill. If I'm not wrong, that thing's grade is very good. It can be said that it doesn't exist in the entire God realm." "What? So strong?" Understanding the man's words, a cry of surprise came from outside the door. "Yes, so strong. If he can refine that kind of pill, maybe..." As he spoke, the man seemed to have thought of something possible. His eyes instantly became wet. If the man didn't try to control his tears, he would have been unable to stop them from flowing down. "For Lord, you must think of a way to solve this matter." Understanding the man's meaning, the voice at the door became even more urgent. "If that person can really help, then the matter of our stone city having no signs of life can be completely solved." At that time, breaking through to the Saint realm will be even easier. "I hope so." Hearing the words from the door, the man closed his eyes. A smile appeared on his face, but at the same time, there was a hint of bitterness under this smile. He understood that if this matter was successful, then their stone city would return to its former glory. But if it wasn't successful, then, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to speak of this matter. He understood that if it was not successful in the end, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to everyone in the stone city. As the fort lord of the entire stone city, he didn't want to see this happen. On the city gate tower, Lin Ray didn't know that their actions had long been noticed by the people in the stone city. Moreover, they were being monitored right under their noses. What they were doing was also clear to the other party at a glance. "Why haven't you looked at it yet? Could it be that even the little dragon can't be used this time. Seeing that the little dragon was still silent, Lin Ray was anxious. 2 hours had passed. It was reasonable to say that the little dragon wouldn't use the needle for a long time. The longer it took, the harder it would be to deal with this matter. It might even be impossible. However, just as Lin Ray was feeling disappointed, the little dragon's voice echoed in Lin Ray's mind. Kid, do you have so little confidence in me? You're awake? No, you're peeking in my heart again. Lin Ray was delighted that the little dragon had awakened. Then, he realized that something was amiss. His expression changed, and he wanted to step forward and argue with it. Sure. If you don't know why these people don't have any signs of life, fine. Come at me. I won't retaliate. Seeing that Lin Ray was about to settle scores, the little dragon was taken aback. Then, it spread its arms out shamelessly as though it was ready to be trampled on. Damn, it's only been a few days, and you've become even more shameless. Compared to the little dragon peeking at his heart, he was more interested in knowing why these two guards didn't have any signs of life. That's more like it. Seeing that Lin Ray was silent, the little dragon smiled and explained. Actually, these people weren't born without any signs of life. It's just that there's something wrong with the magical formation of this city that caused their vitality to fade away. Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Ray frowned. That's not right. Since their vitality has faded away, why didn't they die? Besides, aren't they standing there alive? Apart from their lack of vitality, nothing else has changed. I can feel that they can still devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves and strengthen their cultivation. It's all thanks to this magical formation. Understanding Lin Ray's doubts, the little dragon said, Actually, apart from the fact that this magical formation can drain vitality, its greatest effect is that after the people's vitality completely vanishes, they won't die and can still live like normal people. They've been living here for a long time. I guess they've already forgotten what it feels like to have vitality. Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Ray fell into silence. Especially after hearing the effects of this magical formation, he was even more shocked. Not only was he shocked by the magical formation, but he was even more shocked by the person who set it up. To be able to set up such a shameless and powerful magical formation. How perverted must the person be to be able to do such an outrageous thing? Looking at Lin Ray's silence, the little dragon stretched its body and yawned. All right, you're clear about the matter now. Since there's nothing else for me to do, I'll go back first. Lin Ray came back to his senses and wanted to say something, but when he turned his head, the little dragon was already nowhere to be seen. This damn little dragon. It actually left without listening to me. Really? Looking at the direction where the little dragon left, Lin Ray couldn't help but grumble. How is it? Is there any progress? At this moment, Sakura's voice sounded, pulling Lin Ray back from his grumbling about the little dragon. Looking up, not only Sakura, but also Tianning and the Dubby Rabbit were looking at him with expectant gazes as though they were waiting for him to give an answer. Actually, it would be a lie if I said no. What? Hurry up and say it. What's the matter with them? I was stunned when Sakura told me. The Dubby Rabbit heard Lin Ray's words and asked immediately. Lin Ray smiled at the eager look on her face. You guys have also sensed it. This city is a magical formation, but the person who set it up isn't particularly nice. Magical formation? Upon hearing Lin Ray's words, everyone knitted their brows. The Dubby Rabbit was puzzled. What does their lack of vitality have to do with the magical formation? Yeah, I've never heard of a magical formation that could take away a person's vitality and still allow them to live. Yeah, look at them. Other than their lack of vitality, nothing else has changed. Is this something that a magical formation can do? At this moment, everyone started to explain their doubts. Unfortunately, Lin Ray didn't know how to answer their questions because he had never heard of it before. If it wasn't for the little dragon, he probably wouldn't know the use and power of this magical formation. Chapter 945. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Ray was stunned and couldn't say anything. Lin Ray also wanted to know the answer to their question, but how could he know the strangeness of this array formation? With his current cultivation level, he could only see the circulation path of this array formation. If he wanted to know the true purpose of this array formation and try to decipher it, he would need an astronomical amount of time. Based on Linley's estimation, given his current level of understanding in the Tao of formations, he would need to at least reach the 9th stage of the Martial Saint level to be able to break through this formation. And in this period of time, he would need at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years. And now, the time that the system gave him was almost up. If he didn't enter the sacred realm within 400 years, he would lose his life. By then, it would be impossible for him to master the array formation, let alone decipher the array formation. Let's go in first. Let's see the situation in this city first. Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Ray felt bitter in his heart and changed the topic. Now that the city is like this in front of these two people, it's imaginable what's inside the city. But this city is here. Why didn't anyone come here? Lin Ray thought about this question for a long time, but he couldn't understand. Logically speaking, such a huge city should be very famous in the divine realm. But after being in the divine realm for so many years, he had never heard of such a huge and majestic city like this stone city. Agreed, Heavenly Pivot Rabbit said. She was also very curious about this place. After all, as an existence at the peak of Tao, she had never seen such a strange thing. Now that such a thing happened in front of her, the curiosity in her heart naturally emerged uncontrollably. And, seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Lin Ray nodded in response. He turned to look at the two guards and said, "Both of you, we want to enter the city. Can you make way for us?" As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he didn't resort to force directly, then it wouldn't be justifiable. Moreover, Lin Ray believed that he was a person who knew etiquette and manners. When the two guards saw that Lin Ray was so polite, their resentment towards Tian disappeared. However, knowing the situation within the city, he quickly turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's not that we don't want you to enter, but it's just that our city is a bit strange. Anyone who enters will have their lifetimes sucked dry. In the end, they will become like us, a person who is neither dead nor alive." A hint of sadness appeared in their eyes. Although they said in their hearts that they did not care, after all, who did not want to become a living person and not be treated as a monster by others? Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know the situation in this city." Moreover, Linley turned his head and glanced at the people behind him before continuing, "Don't underestimate us. Even the weakest among us is a mid-stage ultimate god. Besides, we're just going in to take a look. It won't take too long. Don't worry." Looking at the confident faces of Lin Ray and the others, the two guards pondered. In their hearts, they did not want to let Lin Ray and the others in front of them enter. After all, they knew in their hearts that this was their city. Moreover, they felt that they were already like this. They did not want others to become like them. However, Lin Ray and the others were determined. The two of them were helpless. After pondering for a moment, they finally shook their heads helplessly. "Since you're so determined, we won't stop you. Thank you very much." Seeing that the two of them agreed, Lin Ray and the others were moved. "You're welcome. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly leave the city. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the consequences." Lin Ray understood the two's worries. He cast a grateful look at them and nodded. "Understood. We'll remember your words. Don't worry. If there's any sudden situation in the city, we'll leave in time. We won't force ourselves." Seeing that Lin Ray had agreed, the two of them did not say anything else. They each took a step back and made an inviting gesture. "Please. Thank you." After thanking the two of them once more, he stepped into the city. As for Tian Ning and the others, they followed behind Linley. However, when Sakura passed by the two guards, he stopped and clasped his hands towards them Many thanks to the two of you. After saying that, he did not look back and caught up with Lin Ray and walked side by side. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the moment Linley stepped through the city gates. A powerful gust of wind blew out from within the city without any warning. The wind was extremely strong, and if it weren't for the fact that Linley's eyes and hands were nimble and his mental energy was online, he probably would have been caught off guard. Of course, this was attributed to their strength. Otherwise, they would not have been so safe. If they were stronger, they would have been blown out of the 9 heavens. Heh, the wind here is so strong. There's even a trace of wind origin power mixed in. Feeling the strong wind blowing against her body, the heavenly pivot rabbit was stunned and laughed. When Tian-Ning heard the heavenly pivot rabbit's words, she closed her eyes and carefully sensed it. She nodded and said, "That's right. There's indeed a trace of wind origin power. It's just weak and undetectable. Yes, it's quite weak. Otherwise, let alone moving forward, we'd be lucky if we didn't get killed." A smile appeared on the heavenly pivot rabbit's face as if she thought of something happy. "All right, don't think about it. Since we've already escaped, let's not think about those useless things." Tian-Ning, who was connected to the heavenly pivot rabbit, understood her thoughts. "If we meet again, I'm afraid we'll be on the opposite side of the Wind Devil. When that time comes, don't show any mercy. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die in the end. Do you understand?" Looking at Tian-Ning, a touch of sadness appeared and nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was stirred up by the Dubhy rabbit's melancholy. Linley frowned and immediately broke the atmosphere. "I say, can we leave now? Do you think it's too hot and want to stay here to cool off?" As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Ray with strange gazes. Among them, the strange gazes of the two women were especially obvious. After following Lin Ray for so many years, this was the first time they heard him speak like this. Although they weren't used to it, they liked Lin Ray very much. After all, no one was like their husband, who kept a straight face every day. Why are you looking at me?" Seeing everyone looking at him like this, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and rushed forward. Although the wind was very strong and even had a feeling that it wanted to blow people away, Lin Ray didn't care about that at this moment. He just wanted to leave the strange gazes of everyone as soon as possible. "Oh, it seems I'll have to help Lin Ray more in the future. I didn't expect that there would be a day when he would speak like this." Looking at Lin Ray's back, Film Emperor Shi Tian smiled and said. Hearing Film Emperor's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the heavenly pivot rabbit nodded in agreement. During this period of time, he understood everyone's thoughts very well. "Let's go quickly." Looking at her husband's back becoming more and more blurred, and became anxious. After informing everyone, she quickly chased after the place where Lin Ray disappeared. Whoosh! At this moment at the city gate, a blurred figure stood out from the fierce wind. The moment that figure's foot completely stepped into the city, the strong wind instantly disappeared. What the F***CK? This damn wind can't be caused by the array, right? Feeling the warmth of the wind in the city, Lin Ray was startled. Looking back, there was nothing behind him. It looked like an ordinary passage. In order to confirm his thoughts, he turned around and stepped out. Whoosh! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind appeared from every direction. Linley could feel the wind battering his body, but he couldn't sense where this gust of wind was coming from. "It seems that this array is more powerful than I thought. If I can completely solve it, then will my array skills enter a new height?" Lin Ray didn't dare to imagine, but he knew that this was only her wishful thinking. With the time he had left, it was impossible for her to do something that made him so excited. Alas, understanding his time, he couldn't help but sigh. A touch of loneliness appeared on his face. Not only did he feel that his life was not free, but he also felt that it was a pity that he couldn't solve this powerful array in front of him. Whoosh! Two voices rang out from behind Linley. Shadow and Ice had just escaped from the wind generated by the formation. Raising her head, she saw her husband. Without saying a word, the two of them rushed forward and took Linley's hands into their own, not letting go. "Oomph, stinky husband, you left us again." "Yes, you don't know how worried sister and I were about you. It's like this every time, really." This. Being pulled back by the two women's words, he smiled awkwardly and apologized. "This, that, I puffed." Looking at their husband's deflated appearance, Ing and Bing couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh, okay, don't say this and that. We forgive you this time, but don't do this next time." Yes. Speaking, the two women held Lin Ray's hands more tightly. It was as if they let go, Lin Ray would leave them. Alas, feeling the nervous attitude of his two wives, Lin Ray smiled apologetically and then nodded. Turning his hands, he held the two women's hands and walked forward. Facing Lin Ray's action, the two women's cheeks blushed. The original strong attitude disappeared and was replaced by the attitude of a little woman. The three of them walked forward. As for the three people behind them, Lin Ray seemed to have forgotten about them. The three of them walked together. When they first entered the city, there were few people. It could even be said that they didn't meet anyone at all. But the more they walked, the more people gradually appeared. There's still no vitality. Looking at the figures that appeared, Lin Ray released his divine sense to investigate them. The result was the same as the gatekeeper. There was no vitality, but they were still living like normal people. It seems that the whole city is like this. Looking at the bustling figures, Ing said, "It's too pitiful. Who on earth is so crazy? If it's really like what you said, then shoo." Looking at Bing, Lin Ray quickly shushed him. His face was very serious. "Don't say such things now." Question mark. Feeling the dignified face of their husband, the two women were full of doubts. To be able to arrange such a powerful array, the strength of the person who arranged it can be imagined. Although I think I'm confident in my own strength, I'm not sure about such a strong person, so... With that, he looked at the two women with a dignified expression and continued. "So, when I don't have the ability to protect you here, try not to say anything unnecessary." Understanding their husband's meaning, for a moment, the two women nodded repeatedly. "We understand. Husband, don't worry." "And that's good." Seeing the two women agree, Lin Ray guiltily promised, "Don't worry. This situation won't happen for too long. Soon, I will have a breakthrough in my cultivation. At that time, Mo will have the strength to protect you and not let you receive the slightest bit of harm." "Understood. We believe in you." At this moment, other than happiness, the two women felt nothing but happiness. Outsiders? Foreign clansmen have actually appeared. Heavens, they actually dare to come here? Sigh. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since outsiders appeared. At this moment, they dare to... At this moment, the natives of Stone City noticed Lin Ray's group. One person spoke, and then the other one spoke one after another. However, in their words, there was shock, surprise, regret, and fear. They understood the price of entering Stone City. They were different. These outsiders were the same as them. They were afraid. In the past, there were outsiders who came here frequently. However, those who set foot in Stone City ended up dead. For some reason, when outsiders entered the Stone City, their life force would disappear just like the people here. However, the only difference between them and the natives was that after the outsiders' life force disappeared, they would not become like the natives. Instead, they would die directly. Even their divine souls would collapse the moment the outsiders died. In the end, he would die and his Tao would vanish. That person would no longer exist in this world. There would not even be a cycle of reincarnation. "Hello." Being awakened by the surrounding natives, Lin Ray raised his head and greeted them with a smile. "Young man, you should leave quickly." At this moment, an old man walked over from afar. He ignored Lin Ray's greeting and said, "Young man, we are in an ominous place. There is only one end for outsiders who enter this place, and that is death. It's been so many years. Even though there are very few outsiders, and it can even be said that there are no more, we still remember what happened back then. In the end, even when they died, They never thought that this city would bring such great fear to them. That's right. Hearing the old man's words, everyone lowered their heads as a trace of sadness appeared on their faces. This is something we don't want to see. This place has been cursed, and any outsider who comes will only die. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 946. Lin Ray and the other two heard every single word that the Aborigines said. From their words, Lin Ray could hear sadness, sorrow, pain, and unwillingness. It was Lin Ray's first time hearing such complicated emotions. He understood the sadness and pain of these people. Husband, looking at the Aborigines around her, a glint of tears flashed in her eyes. Her heart softened. She wanted to help them, but she knew her own strength. The only hope was her husband. Husband, why don't you see if you can save them? Bing quickly said, look at these people. They are so pitiful. They can't come in contact with people from the outside world. They can't even enter this place to pick up people. Their lives are too. All right, stop talking. Before Bing could finish, Lin Ray quickly stopped him. To be honest, he also wanted to help. He also wanted to help the people here, but he couldn't do it. He thought that his time was limited. If he accepted this matter, only death would await him. In comparison, Lin Ray cherished his own life more. He had people he wanted to protect, so he couldn't say anything. On the other side, Bing, who was stopped by Lin Ray, looked wronged. He didn't understand why Lin Ray was like this. Don't talk about this matter anymore. Do you understand? Lin Ray didn't want to explain anymore. If he told them about his situation, Bing and the others would be more worried. This was not something he wanted to see. He turned his head to look at the Aborigines and asked, everyone, we are just passing by. We are here to stay for the night. Tomorrow, we will leave. To reassure them, Lin Ray continued, you don't have to worry about us. Our vitality is very strong. There won't be any problems staying here for one night. You can rest assured. Boom. In order to make the natives believe him, Linley hurriedly released all of his cultivation base. He had the cultivation base of a mid-stage godly exalt and the combat power of a Tao fruit saint. At this moment, Linley held nothing back. Huff, huff. Waves of energy appeared out of nowhere. The moment Lin Ray released his cultivation, they turned into powerful gusts of wind and pressure, once again suppressing the natives here. Plop, plop. In the instant that Linley unleashed his power, apart from Chu Ing and Bing, the rest of the natives of the city were forced to kneel on the ground, unable to control themselves. Some of the weaker ones were even lying on the ground. Their appearances were strange, and they were sprawled on the ground with their limbs spread out. The scene was extremely comical. Outsider, hurry up and retract your cultivation. Some people here can't take it. Hurry up, or they will be suppressed to death by your pressure. A voice filled with majesty came from afar. From the voice, one could tell that this person was someone who had always been in a high position. There was a commanding tone in his voice. Lin Ray frowned when he heard this voice. He was very unhappy, but in the end, he still listened to the mysterious voice and retracted his cultivation. In an instant, the strong gusts of wind disappeared the moment Lin Ray retracted his cultivation. The pressure also turned into nothingness in an instant. The natives who were originally suppressed to the critical point felt their bodies lighten, and their breathing instantly became smooth when they felt the pressure disappear. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing resounded throughout the entire place. After regaining his senses, Lin Ray looked at the miserable faces of the people around him and was stunned for a moment. He then revealed an apologetic expression. Originally, he just wanted to prove himself. Who knew that he forgot that these people's cultivation was too weak? They couldn't withstand his pressure at all. Whoosh! As soon as the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, Lin Ray, who sensed it, raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Looking over, a plainly dressed, middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Ray and the others. However, the middle-aged man didn't greet Lin Ray when he arrived. Instead, he squatted down and began to check on the natives who were suppressed by Lin Ray and didn't get up. Seeing him like this, Lin Ray was startled. Although he was very unhappy, he knew that he didn't handle this matter properly, so he didn't say anything about it. Time slowly passed. Lin Ray just stood there and watched as the middle-aged man busied himself without stopping for a moment. During this process, Sakura, Tianning, and the heavenly pivot rabbit finally sighed. After understanding the situation, everyone couldn't help but give Lin Ray a thumbs up. Finally, the middle-aged man rescued the last native. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. It's finally over. This is great. Although they are injured, they're only minor injuries. He stood up and said to himself. Then, he turned to look at Lin Ray and the others. Fellow Taoist, you came from afar. I don't know what made you so angry that you actually injured these natives with low cultivation. Looking at the middle-aged man's question, Lin Ray subconsciously wanted to explain. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he stopped. That's not right. Who are you? Why should I explain to you? Also, I didn't make a move. I just wanted to prove that I can stay here for a night without any problems. That's why I released my cultivation to prove it. As he spoke, he revealed a trace of embarrassment. His tone was clearly weaker than before. However, I didn't hold back for a moment. The cultivation I released was a bit strong, and I didn't control the range well, so, at the side, before Lin Ray finished his sentence, the heavenly pivot rabbit couldn't help but mock Lin Ray. It's fine if you're weak. You still have the cheek to find such an excuse. How shameless. Really, Lin Ray, what should I say about you? There are many ways to make others prove themselves. You actually used the stupidest method. You. Upon hearing the heavenly pivot rabbit's words, Lin Ray was instantly enraged. He couldn't care less about the middle-aged man beside him. He immediately let loose and started a bicker with the heavenly pivot rabbit. Originally, there were only a few onlookers. However, as the two of them became more and more aggressive, more and more onlookers gathered around them. Finally, when the whole street was crowded with people, Ing and the others realized that the two of them were fighting against each other. They were fighting against each other. Husband, stop fooling around. Everyone is watching. Upon seeing the crowd, Ing hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Rabbit, stop fooling around. It's embarrassing. Tianning and Ing stepped forward to stop them at the same time. Lin Ray, after recovering from his dissatisfaction, Lin Ray turned to look at the surrounding situation and was instantly startled. He didn't expect that there weren't that many people just now. But now there were so many of them. Looking at the crowd around them, the two of them chose to remain silent. Thinking about what he had done just now, Lin Ray was stunned and blushed with shame. I didn't expect that after cultivating for so many years, I would still be so worried. Just like a shrew cursing on the street. Thinking back to what he had just done, Linley couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. TSK, after glaring at Lin Ray, the heavenly pivot rabbit retreated to the side and stopped talking. The scene fell into an extremely awkward situation. No one knew what to say. The crowd hadn't seen outsiders for a long time. Now that they saw them, would they leave? The answer was of course impossible. For them, who had been trapped here all year round, naturally, they wouldn't leave so easily. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if you can come to my residence for a seat? At that moment, the middle-aged man spoke and broke the awkward situation. In this regard, Sakura and the others cast a grateful look at him. Your residence? Looking up at the middle-aged man, Lin Ray frowned and was full of doubts. Yes, oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself. Understanding Lin Ray's doubts, the man quickly said, I'm Shilong, the Fort Lord of this stone city. Well, it could be said that this Fort Lord is equivalent to the city lords of other cities in the outside world. Oh, Fort Lord Shilong. Looking at Shilong, Linley revealed a smile. Castle Lord, I wonder what's the matter. You see, I'm only going to stay here for one night. We'll leave tomorrow. Therefore, I'm in a hurry. If there's nothing urgent, we'll leave happily. After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and intended to leave. As for Shilong's invitation, he didn't think it was a good thing. As the saying goes, there must be a demon in abnormal things. Just now, he had treated the Aborigines here so badly, but this Shurlong could still invite him so calmly. Either this Shurlong had something to ask of him, or this Shurlong had a deep heart. Either way, Lin Ray wouldn't go. After all, his time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it on meaningless things. Lin Ray replied. He really didn't expect this. He originally thought it would be easy. Turning his head to look at the crowd, Shurlong hesitated. He didn't want to announce that matter so soon. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to reignite everyone's hope because of this matter and then be destroyed because of failure. What? If there is nothing else, we will leave first. After saying that, Lin Ray turned around and walked towards the depths of the stone city. On the other hand, he knew that Shurlong wouldn't give up if that matter was really important. Wait, fellow Taoist, please wait. Sure enough, when Lin Ray was about to leave the crowd, Shurlong called out to Lin Ray and the others. Shurlong trotted all the way to Lin Ray's side. He glanced at the crowd and then transmitted his voice to Lin Ray. To be honest, fellow Taoist must have some understanding of the situation in my stone city. What do you think? Hearing this, a bad premonition surged in his heart. However, he still responded, "It's lifeless. Although you guys are among them, but moreover, I don't think an ordinary person can set up such a powerful formation. Moreover, when I entered the city, I checked and found that no one has been here for a long time. I am very puzzled about this. Logically speaking, it is impossible for no one to come to such a huge city. Oh, fellow Taoist is really clear." Hearing Lin Ray's words, Shurlong was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Fellow Taoist, you are right. Our entire city can be said to be a huge formation. Moreover, the person who arranged the formation is very powerful. As for the long time no one has come here, is it because not everyone can come here?" What do you mean? Lin Ray didn't quite understand what Shurlong meant. What did he mean by not everyone can come here? He was a little confused. Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Li's face, Shurlong began to explain. Actually, it's very simple. This city of ours is a floating city within the deity realm. You might not believe me, but every so often, our stone city will disappear, then reappear in a random corner of the deity realm. But even so, no one will come here because they don't dare. They're afraid. Afraid? What? Lin Ray's interest was piqued, especially when he heard that this huge city could move. He understood that this might be the effect of the formation. Our city is not alive. It can be said to be a dead city. Moreover, this city can choose who to let in. Let's put it this way. As long as the city doesn't like you, you can't enter even if you want to. If you force your way in, the formation will be activated. The original trapping formation will immediately transform into a killing formation to kill the intruder. With that, Shurlong cast a reassuring look and continued, "Similarly, if the city recognizes someone, he can enter without any hindrance. Obviously, you are the people chosen by the city. That is why you are here." Damn, there is such a formation? At this moment, other than shock, Lin Ray didn't have anything else. He knew about formations, but he didn't know about such a powerful formation. He really didn't understand why such a powerful formation would appear in this place. At the same time, after listening to Shurlong's description of the formation, he understood that he had underestimated the formation. At the same time, he recalculated the time needed to break this formation. Originally, he thought that it would be possible to break it in 1,000 to 10,000 years. However, Lin Ray didn't think so. Let alone 10,000 years. Even 100,000 years would be difficult to break. Sigh. A sorrowful expression appeared. "This matter is the pain of our entire stone city. Originally, we had already given up. However, after your arrival, I suddenly have a feeling that we are not completely without hope." You? What do you mean? Feeling Shurlong's scorching gaze, Lin Ray's heart jumped. That bad premonition was getting more and more intense. He had even guessed it. Plop. Suddenly, under everyone's gazes, Shurlong, who suddenly appeared, directly knelt on the ground. He transmitted his voice to Lin Ray. Although these words are somewhat abrupt, I still beg you to save the lives of the millions of people in our stone city. Although we can still survive in this state, those people in the divine realm see us as aliens. We are even more abandoned by them. We have had enough of this kind of life. Perhaps because he was too emotional, Sherlong's tears flowed down his face. Snot and tears flowed down his face. The scene was extremely comical. Who doesn't want to live under the sun? Who wants to be treated as a rat crossing the street? Seeing Sherlong's crying appearance, Lin Ray subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when the words of refusal reached his mouth, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Those words of refusal that he wanted to say couldn't come out. I beg you. Saying that, Sherlong continuously kowtowed to Lin Ray. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The lives of the millions of people in Stone City are all counting on you. Chapter 9:47. A dignified lord of a city was kneeling in front of a stranger who he didn't even know if he could save his people. Ordinary people didn't have this kind of courage and magnanimity. However, Lin Ray couldn't save them just because of this. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but that he couldn't. He wasn't a bodhisattva, let alone a Tendo. He couldn't be selfless and sacrifice himself for others. In the face of death, he was still himself. He was also human. Death was something he was born with. More importantly, if he was gone, what would happen to the Xuanzong sect? What would happen to his family and brothers? If he was gone, would those sects, forces, and holy lands that he had offended in the past make a move against his family and brothers? More importantly, if he rose, would those battle generals he summoned disappear and leave with his death? Linley had no choice but to take these uncertain factors into consideration. Looking at Sherlong kneeling in front of him, Lin Ray was also suffering. He also wanted to help, but fate made fools of people. Alas! Looking up at Sherlong, Lin Ray sighed. His face was full of depression and helplessness. I'm really sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the formation here is too powerful. Moreover, I don't have the ability to save you now. Of course, all of you might also know that the person who set up this formation is extremely powerful. I presume that his strength and influence are also extremely shocking. If I were to act rashly, it would not only be a provocation to that person or that force, it would also be a threat to my life and the people around me. So, sorry, I don't have the ability. After listening to Lin Ray's long speech, the final result was that he didn't have the ability. Sherlong, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and lost all his strength. His body went soft and fell backward. No way, no, no way. Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it like this? Perhaps it was because of that sentence. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps he had told Lin Ray everything from the very beginning. So when he heard that Lin Ray had no solution, he despaired. Oomph. What a cold-blooded and heartless person. He clearly has a way, yet he's willing to leave him in the lurch. Public morals are truly degenerating with each passing day. Yes, I agree with you. The heavenly pivot rabbit's voice sounded, and Tian Ning quickly chimed in. You clearly have a way, yet you're making it sound so dignified. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. You're not worthy of being a cultivator. These words came out of nowhere, leaving Linley speechless. He really hadn't expected that someone who was born to kill would actually be discussing with him how to save people, and would even occasionally berate him for it. If Hong Jun saw this scene, he would probably be stunned. Not only him, but even Lin Ray was shocked. Husband, you really have a way? Ing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke, her expression full of expectation. Husband, I think what the heavenly pivot rabbit said is somewhat reasonable. If you really have a way, then save the people here. Look at them. How pitiful they are. Seeing that they were all saying this, Lin Ray was really suffering in silence at this moment. He could not voice out his bitterness. Facing his two wives' words, Lin Rei really did not want to refuse, but with his current strength, he really had no way. Lin Rei, all right. Seeing that Sakura was about to speak, Lin Rei did not wait for him to speak and interrupted him. I say, don't make a mess here. Don't tell me you don't have any idea of my insignificant strength. As he spoke, he directly threw a supercilious look at Sakura. Do you really think that this array can be broken by my current strength? Naive, too naive. What about in the future? Looking at Lin Rei, Sakura opened his mouth and said, although you can't do it now, it doesn't mean that you can't do it in the future. Just now you said that you can't do it now. That means that you will definitely be able to do it in the future, right? Sakura's words made him speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Sakura to play word games with him. However, what he said was not wrong. Although his current level of array and other alchemy wasn't very good, it didn't mean that it wouldn't be good in the future. Moreover, he also believed that he would definitely break through in the future. Moreover, it was a fact that he had this kind of determination and perseverance. Moreover, he believed that he had the strength to do so. Looking at Sakura and the surrounding people's expectant and nervous expressions, Lin Rei hesitated for a moment. After thinking over and over again, he finally shook his head with a bitter smile. Really, Sakura, you've learned bad things. After saying that, Lin Rei's eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the place where W Rabbit was. And this was what Shirlong wanted to hear the most. Shirlong, who was originally in complete despair, suddenly escaped from disappointment and despair after hearing Lin Rei's words and became very spirited. The original look of disappointment had completely disappeared at this moment and was replaced by hope that was replaced by disappointment and despair. You mean there's still a way you... He stuttered, perhaps because he was too excited. Hearing Shirlong's voice, Lin Rei lowered his head to look at him. When he saw the expectation in his expression, Lin Rei nodded helplessly. Yes, there is, but it will take time. With my current strength, it's not enough to break this huge array. If there's enough time, maybe I could try to break it. Of course. In order not to disappoint Shirlong again, Lin Rei continued. Although I said it's possible, it's not absolute because this is the first time I've seen this kind of array, so understood. Seeing Lin Rei go to this extent, Shirlong nodded repeatedly. As long as you agree to help, then our Stone City will respect Mr. in the future. After saying that, Shirlong didn't forget to kowtow to Lin Rei, and his voice was even louder than before. At this moment, Lin Rei's conversation with everyone had unknowingly changed from voice transmission to oral expression, so everyone present knew their conversation. In this regard, as long as it was a native of Stone City, when they heard that there was still a way to become a normal person, they were very excited, and happy. Plop! The sound of people kneeling came from all around. Lin Rei was stunned and glanced around. At this moment, except for Lin Rei's group, the other natives of Stone City were all kneeling on the ground. We thank Mr. for saving our lives. Because they were too excited, their voices were very loud as if they could pierce through the sky. You? Looking at them, Linley was stunned. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly went forward to help them up. However, when Lin Rei's hand was less than an arm's length away from Shirlong's body, Shirlong reached out and stopped him. His voice accompanied his action into Lin Rei's eyes and ears. Don't be like this. This is our thanks to you. I hope you won't stop us. Please. F***CK. Hearing this, Linley knew that this was a F***king moral kidnapping. Moreover, Linley had not made a decision to help, but it was already impossible for him to refuse. What was this called? This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. However, looking at everyone's expectant and pleading expressions, Lin Rei's heart softened, and he finally nodded in agreement. All of you get up. I can agree to this matter, but you have to understand that this matter isn't something that I can help you with just by begging. You've heard that I don't have the ability right now. If you really think highly of me, then you have to wait. When I have the strength, I will save you. Of course, this is all I can do. If you're not satisfied, then no. Without waiting for Lin Rei to finish, Long hurriedly said with a grateful expression. You being able to save us is already the best thing for us. As for time, this thing is the most abundant to us. You just have to save us in the end. As for when to save us, you have the final say. Hearing this, the natives kneeling around quickly echoed, Yes, Castle Lord Sure is right. We don't lack time. As long as you have the time and strength, it won't be too late for you to come. Yes, yes, as long as you can save us. Seeing the look of absolute certainty on everyone's faces, Linley suddenly felt as though he had dug himself a very, very deep hole. Thinking about how he would have to worry about this matter in the future, Lin Ray immediately regretted it. Now you're regretting it. At this moment, the little dragon's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Ray's mind. However, the voice was filled with ridicule. Do you know that the decision you made just now has already made you go against the powerhouse? What? What do you mean? He communicated with the little dragon. Don't tell me that the person who set up this formation is a super powerhouse and is one of the strongest in the holy world. It can even be said that he's a powerhouse from the Hongmeng realm, which is a higher level than the holy world. Let's talk about this later. I can only tell you that the person who set up this formation is a super powerhouse. With your, no. Even if you become a saint, I'm afraid you're like an ant against an elephant. You're courting death. Lin Ray was a little unhappy with the little dragon's insistence. But when he thought about how he had dug such a huge hole for himself, he suddenly felt like giving himself a few tight slaps. F***, my mouth is so F***king cheap. If I knew things would turn out like this, I wouldn't have forced myself. Although he complained, since he had already made a promise, there was no reason to go back on it. Serves you right. The little dragon could only think of this word for Lin Ray now. You? TSK. Knowing that the little dragon had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, he didn't refute. Instead, he asked with a smile. Little dragon, since things have turned out like this, what do you think we should do next? Little dragon. The little dragon seemed to have disappeared without a sound. Lin Ray was stunned. Little dragon? Little dragon, don't play dead. Hurry up and come out. Little dragon? And then, Linley called out once more, but in the end, all he got was silence. Linley felt quite helpless about this. F***, you're too mean. Lin Ray wanted to exit the conversation with the little dragon. Ding. Because of the host's promise, a hidden mission has been unintentionally triggered. Would the host like to accept it? This sudden voice caused Linley, who had been about to withdraw, to pause. He subconsciously said, accept. Ding. Okay, host, please wait a moment. Ding. Acceptance complete. Would the host like to check? TSK, check or not check? Lin Ray thought about this question again and again. Compared to the pit just now, he was more willing to step into the pit he chose. Facing the pit of the system, he didn't know how many times he had stepped into it, and which time didn't he narrowly escape death. However, Lin Ray was very curious about the message he just received. He wanted to know what the mission was. Check. In the end, Lin Ray blurted out. Ding. Okay. Ding. Hidden mission. Break through the realm within 100,000 years and return to the Stone City in the heavenly realm. Help the residents of the Stone City return to their original lives and break the powerful array. F***. He knew it was a trap, but he didn't expect it to be such a big trap. Not breaking through the realm and breaking the Stone City's array for 100,000 years, Lin Ray didn't have any confidence in this. Facing such a powerful array, Lin Ray wasn't prepared for the speed of the Saint's breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the hidden mission. Mission reward. All attributes increase by 1 level. Yuan Ling Scroll. F***. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Ray's mind was filled with 10,000 F***king curses. When did I say I accepted this mission? Facing the system's trap, Lin Ray felt as if he had eaten a bunch of dead flies. It was disgusting. Ding. After the system received the message and checked it, you have chosen to accept this hidden mission. Oh, right. I forgot to tell the host that if you don't agree to this mission, the punishment will be like this. You know what it is. F*CK. Lin Ray's eyes widened, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Black lines appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Lin Ray's mood was extremely bad, although he had just promised Shi Cheng that he would rescue him. That was only because there was no time limit. But now, there was a time limit for no reason. 100,000 years. Lin Ray didn't dare to guarantee this number because no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. For a moment, Lin Ray was speechless. He withdrew from the system's conversation and looked forward like a fool. His expression was very complicated. Melancholy, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions flashed across Lin Ray's face. Regarding this, the crowd at the side was truly at a loss as to what was going on. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.